Good morning. I'll just give everybody a second here to settle down. I know we're all excited to be here today. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Joe Smith. I'm an associate teaching professor at the Syracuse University School of Social Work and organizer of today's event. I'd like to just start off with some quick logistics, the important things like where the bathrooms are. If we go out the door here, the men's room is down the corridor to the left. And then if you go across the hall and to the left, there are two women's rooms there, and there's also some bathrooms on the floor below. So if you have any questions about that, we can direct you. Also, the parking situation, I know you've gotten many messages from me about this. Parking is available in the on-center garage. That's what we're covering in terms of compensation for parking. If you've parked elsewhere, we cannot cover compensation for that. So it has to be in the on-center garage. And at the end of the day, most of you who've parked in the garage will get a ticket that looks like this. You will tell the attendant that you're here for the Syracuse University School of Social Work Legislative Policy Day, and they'll cover the cost of the parking. They'll send us a bill. Also, at the end of the day, I've asked that people fill out evaluations. Those are in your packets. Those evaluations should go in that blue basket that's by the door over there. So with logistics being done, I'd like to start off by acknowledging with respect the Onondaga Nation, firekeepers of the Haudenosaunee, the indigenous people on whose ancestral land Syracuse University now stands. It is my privilege to welcome you today to our 26th Annual Legislative Policy Day. Today we gather not only as professionals, advocates, students, and community members, but as partners in shaping the policies that impact the lives of countless individuals and families that we serve. Legislation is more than words on paper. It reflects our collective values, priorities, and commitment to justice, equity, and opportunity. The decisions made in our state and federal legislatures ripple through our classrooms, clinics, neighborhoods, and our homes. That is why your presence here today matters. This day is about education, collaboration, and action. It is about making sure that our voices are heard and that our communities are represented and our leaders also understand and the impact of their decisions. Together, we will explore pressing concerns. We learn from experts and engage in conversations that bridge the gap between lived experiences and policy decisions. Thank you for being here, for your dedication, and for lending your voice to this cause. Let's make today not just about being here as a gathering, but as a catalyst for meaningful change. So I'd like to start off by introducing a few, VIPs. I'd like to start off by introducing our Associate Dean and Professor Jing Li from the Syracuse University School of Education for some welcoming remarks. Jing?
Good morning, everyone. I'm honored to be here on behalf of Dean Kelly Chandler Olcott and the whole School of Education at Syracuse University. Welcome, and thank you for being here. I would like to especially thank our county legislators for being here today to listen to our concerns and work together with us on issues that we all deeply care about. This is for us from SU. This is also a very special occasion because this is one of the first opportunities for us to come together as a newly united school. So I guess you all know that recently the School of Social Work joined the School of Education, creating a very powerful alliance. So this is not just an administrative restructuring. It is a recognition of a fundamental fact and a truth that education and social work are inseparable in our mission to educate youth and to support our communities. We should work hand in hand in educating our students and ensuring their well-being. We understand that, if to ensure students' potential, just giving them classroom instruction is not enough. We require the mental health support, safe after-school spaces, and comprehensive services that support the development of the whole child. That is why, today's theme, undermining youth potential, the hidden costs of disinvestment in educational support structures and services, resonates so much. We know that when the supports and services are there, students get the support and they can develop their potential. But if the supports and the resources are not there, we see firsthand the impact of these policy decisions. The hidden costs, oftentimes, they do not show up on budget reports, but we as educators and social workers, we see immediately the impact of these decisions. And the real impact and the long-term impact will reveal themselves years later in struggling students, in mental health crises, and in lost potential. So that is why we are here today to discuss the devastating impact of the federal education cuts on school-based mental health support and after-school programs. And I thank you for being here to discuss the impact of the policy making, and we as educators and social workers, we have the first-hand stories, experiences, and we also have research evidence. And when legislators here listen to our voices, from professionals, from parents, from community members, about the real-world impact of policy making, it makes a difference. So thank you for being here today, and thank you for your hard work, for your leadership, and for your commitment to our children's future. Thank you.
Thank you, Jing. I'd now like to introduce
Good morning. It's an honor for me to be here. I'm always thrilled to come every year and be part of this event. It means a lot to me. I spent 6 years at Syracuse University, a bachelor's degree and an MSW, and I owe a lot to the university. It did a lot to help me have, I think, a really fine career. So I don't have anything more to say than that, but welcome.
Thank you. I'd also now like to introduce Dr. Yvonne Smith, who's the Director and Associate Professor of the School of Social Work, for some introductory remarks.
Welcome, good morning. Jim, I want to say we owe a great deal to you as well. Thank you for being here today. I want to add my sincere welcome to everybody who's made time to spend today together thinking about policy. And on behalf of the School of Social Work, I want to extend my thanks to the many people who've worked to make today's event possible, including our longtime supporter, Jim Stone, Professor Emeritus Dr. Eric Kingson, intrepid Policy Day organizer, Professor Joe Smith, administrative superstar Karen Goebel, who is not here with us this morning, but has devoted many hours to preparing today's event, and all of today's speakers, panelists, and moderators, and to the many student volunteers who have contributed to making today happen. Also, a special thanks to our friends here in the Onondaga County Legislature who have shared this beautiful space with us for many years. I'm very grateful to everyone who's contributed. I promise to keep my remarks really short, but I can't help myself. From the beginning of our profession, social workers have made the study and reform of social policy our business. One of the greatest innovations of the foremothers of social work was their insistence that we intervene not only at the individual and community levels, but also at the level of legislative policy. We have done that for more than a century in local, state, and federal governments. Pardon me, having difficulty with my vision. We've done that for more than a century in governments and non-governmental organizations. Social work has always understood that personal experiences of suffering and oppression are profoundly influenced by the policies that shape our life chances, including our access to material, social, and psychological resources, and even our access to dignity and worth as human beings. If you don't understand this, you might not be doing social work. Policy persistently shapes the conditions of your work and of your clients' lives. And as social workers, you're uniquely positioned to understand how the rubber of policy meets the road of real people's lives. And it's your responsibility to use what you and your clients know to advocate for just, responsive, and anti-oppressive policy. It's what we do. I'm so proud to look out at all of you today. I hope you have a wonderful day. I hope you will listen carefully to our speakers, but also contribute to discussion. I'm looking forward to hearing from you too. Thanks.
Thank you, Evie. And now I'd like to introduce Mr. Timothy Burtis, who's the chair of the Onondaga County Legislature in the 3rd District, who will provide us with a brief welcome and introduction to the Onondaga County Legislature. Tim?
Well, thank you and good morning. Welcome to Syracuse University, to the Onondaga County Legislative Chambers. I'm sorry for those that are sitting in the back in the hard seats, as we call them. We talked years ago about putting some pads on there, but we never did. We thought timing, we try not to spend too much time here, but sometimes we do. So welcome, and I hope you enjoy your day here in this beautiful room, which is just an outstanding and unchanged room over these many years. Hope you get a chance to look around and you see behind me in the chairman's room all the pictures of the previous chairman. It's a great reminder of a great legacy here and all the great men and women who have done so much work on behalf of the public. I'm Tim Burtis. I'm the county legislator from Cicero. That is the northernmost district, Onondaga County. I work full-time for Empower Federal Credit Union in consumer lending, and this is my public service. I came from the Cicero Town Board, where I was elected Back in 2012, I spent 3 years there on the Cicero Town Board, which was not enough time to prepare me to move up to the Onondaga County Legislature, but that's what happened in 2015, and I've been honored to serve here. Currently the chairman, served on many different boards here, and it's been a great honor for me. You're sitting in what's called the fourth courthouse. This courthouse was built in 1904, and it's fair to say that no group of people, no community would ever build another building like this ever again. It is magnificent, and I hope you get an opportunity to look around. There's many other courtrooms here. Over in the other corner, there is a chair that Teddy Roosevelt sat in, personal favorite of mine, and it's still there, and you can walk in and see it, so I encourage you to do that. This building was built for $1.5 million back in the day, which is kind of hard for me to wrap my head around, but that's where we are today. This legislature is the chief policy-making group for Onondaga County. We serve currently approximately 469,000 people. This legislature meets in this room every Tuesday, first Tuesday of every month. It is open to the public. You'd be surprised how many people don't come. But we think it's interesting, we think it's important, and the legislators that serve here are part-time legislators technically, and we come from all different areas of Onondaga County. I serve out of the 3rd District, which is the northernmost part of the district. Onondaga County, our map looks like Cicero up against Oswego all the way down the southernmost part, which is Lafayette, butting up to Cortland County. Then if you look to the west, it is Skaneateles out that way, and then if you look to the east, it's Manlius, DeWitt area. So it is quite a few people to represent, and we have 17 legislators. Currently there's 12 Republican, 5 Democrat. That changes. We are currently we're in election season right now. We're moving towards November, where we will all be up for re-election. We work in conjunction with the county executive. We are a co-equal branch of government. I love to say that, and that's quite exciting and challenging, but this legislature works with the county executive and all departments to lead the county. Largely, we oversee the budget, and so people say, what do you do anyway? Well, we pass a budget. We currently did. It's been ratified by the county executive. It's a $1.7 billion budget, and it takes a large amount of our time up in working through that. We also make local laws, and so this is the place of oversight and policy making. We have 6 standing committees that we work through the issues of the county before it comes to legislative session, and the way I talk is encourage legislators to do their homework and to be involved in their communities and to listen to their constituents. I represent about 33,000 constituents in my area, and I'm involved in many other things from the legislative standpoint, involved in many different boards as other legislators are too in their community, and so it is a great honor. So yeah, we're each elected for our district, and there's 3 districts that are in the city of Syracuse. All the rest are out in suburban areas. And of course, the city of Syracuse has their own group, the Common Council, that governs them. Currently, all the members are elected to a 2-year term, and they're odd-numbered years. Something is just in the news. Governor's changing that up a little bit for us. And then the other thing that's in the news also is we are talking about term limits. We brought that here to the floor, and it passed unanimously. It is now going forward to a public referendum where our constituents will vote on it this November on the back of the ballot. And so we will see what will happen there. But thanks for the nods. I think that's a good thing, and I think it's about time. But the people will decide, and we'll leave that there. Appreciate you being here today. And, you know, as far as social work, I'm quite a bit different. I'm a banker, and so my mind is I've been involved here at the legislature, the way that I think about social work, I think that you're special people. I really do. I have the experience that I have and the knowledge I have about what you're working towards is much different than what I do on a day-to-day basis. I believe your job is much harder than what I do. I deal with numbers primarily. You deal with people and their problems, and they need help. And so what you're working towards, to me, is very, very important. And I read, as a chairman, I have to read many things, and quite frankly, I've got to read them and sign off on them. Most of what and this bad, most of the things I have to review and sign off talk about children and family services and what's happened in the past, bad things to children and to family, and to me it's heartbreaking. And so folks in our community need help, and here you are. And so I really applaud you and think very highly of you and what you're doing. And I find what you're working towards to be very necessary and very honorable. And so I wish you all the best and all the most success in what you're looking forward to. And I thank you very much for doing it. Thank you.
Okay, the next part of our program, I want to introduce some students. We're doing this a little bit differently. We are going to have some of our students sort of frame our topic for today, beginning with a little bit of a discussion, PowerPoint, and these are students from our both residential and online MSW program, as well as students from our BSW program. So I will introduce them. If they can please come up here. Belinda Chan, Ashley Livingston, Tiffany Pacheco, and Catherine Waters.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Legislative Policy Day 2025. Today's presentation focuses on the impact of proposed federal education cuts on school-based mental health services, after-school programs, and community schools. We'll explore how these cuts affect children, families, and communities, and discuss ways to respond through advocacy and policy action. Let's take a moment to view a short clip on the Trump administration's chaotic carnival for students. It peels back the curtain on how recent education policies have shaken up student life. This video takes a closer look at how the Trump administration's education policies
Since taking office on January 20th, President Trump's executive orders and harmful policies are It's in the corner, so we need to...
Oops.
Can we take this? Sorry.
So this video takes a closer look at how the Trump administration's education policies created confusion and change for students across the country. It highlights how political decisions at the top can quickly affect classrooms, teachers, and families who are simply trying to keep up.
How much damage has he done so far? On day one, Trump creates DOGE, a vehicle to dismantle the Department of Education, the agency that ensures civil rights, funding, and fairness for all students. The very next day, Trump directs the Department of Education to revoke public school and higher education funding for what he calls discriminatory equity ideology, otherwise known as diversity, equity, and inclusion, or DEI. Just 9 days later, Trump seeks control over what's taught in schools through his ending radical indoctrination in K-12 schooling executive order, which silences truths about race, identity, and struggle. On day 25, a letter sent to states outlining the administration's revision of a critical part of the Civil Rights Act, using claims of reverse racism and weaponizing the Office of Civil Rights to stop anything associated with DEI. On March 11th, half of the entire Department of Education is fired. Thousands of people charged with protecting all students, leaving those students with no one to turn to. On day 60, Trump doubles down. While only Congress can eliminate the Department of Education, Trump directs Secretary Linda McMahon to take all necessary steps to close it and send education back to the states without any federal standards. On day 80, Trump abruptly revokes pandemic relief funds for schools to support COVID-19 recovery. This leaves several states with millions of dollars in unpaid bills. On day 91, an announcement of the unpausing of student loan payments. For borrowers in default, this means garnishing of tax refunds, Social Security checks, wages, and more. On day 94, Trump continues the attack on public education and higher education through a series of 7 more executive orders. While many of these actions are being contested in court, this orchestrated chaos leaves students, schools, and states fending for an uncertain future. Today's students are tomorrow's employees, entrepreneurs, and innovators. Now, America's future is in place. Students didn't choose this future, but we can choose what happens next. Let's save our students, protect public education, and reimagine it together.
As you all can see, it's an eye-opening look at what happens when politics and education collide. If implemented, these cuts will lead to staff reductions, fewer essential services, and the loss of safe, supportive environments for students. Schools may lose enrichment programs and extracurricular opportunities that are vital for engagement, connection, and community stability. Were you all aware that administration has proposed up to $12 billion in federal education cuts for fiscal year 2026? In New York State alone, over $537 million in K-12 funding could be lost. And as you can see, Syracuse City School District is at risk of losing over $11 million in funding. These reductions will have far-reaching consequences for the programs and services that support students' academic success and emotional well-being.
The rationale behind these cuts is to shift power from the federal government to the states. The current administration views the Department of Education, an agency of the federal government, is ineffective due to declining reading and math scores. They believe that converting to a state-driven education model will benefit students and families. The White House stated in its executive order that it is, and I quote, eliminating federal funding or support for illegal and discriminatory treatment and indoctrination in K-12 schools, including based on gender ideology and discriminatory equity ideology. The administration deems terms such as white privilege or unconscious bias as promotion of racial discrimination that undermines national unity, as written within the ending indoctrination strategy. In doing so, they believe that this will protect the rights of parents and minors instead. This defunding of programs and elimination of the DOE will lead to the loss of professional staff and essential services, reduced academic and emotional support, loss of safe spaces, loss of enrichment opportunities, and community disintegration, which we will go in depth in the remaining of this presentation.
So what are the broader systemic issues? So we're looking at inequitable funding, diminished civil rights and protections, erosion of existing partnerships, reduced access, unfavorable mental health outcomes, and disproportionate impact in high-risk communities. So we need to look at the school-based mental health services that are at risk. So for one, we have prevention services. This would include problems such as academic failure, behavioral concerns, as well as child abuse. We also have intervention services. This will look like support for students who are struggling academically, behaviorally, or socially. We also have case management. The overall management and organization of the cases and the caseload is vital. On-site treatment might look like therapeutic or counseling interventions directly within the school setting rather than referrals outside of the school. Crisis services, response to urgent situations such as mental health emergencies, violence, or trauma within the schools. Parenting support such as services, resources, workshops, and guidance for parents to support their learning, development, and well-being. And education and referral, informing students and families about support systems, programs, services, and guiding them to the appropriate providers for future help. We are also looking at after-school programs and supports, such as academic support, reading, writing, math, science support for our kiddos, absolutely important to make sure that they are getting as much help as they need. After-school physical activity initiatives in sports, promoting healthy habits for long-term use, creative enrichment, including arts and crafts, creative storytelling, animation, drama, music programs, photography, after-school mentoring programs, whether it be peer-to-peer or teacher-to-peer. These mentorships promote leadership skills and healthy social behavior. We also need to look at the transportation from after-school programs and experiences. This is absolutely necessary for our students with parents who work and are not able to come pick up their students. Family support and services, after-school parenting events, and meetings, as well as mental health services and support for families. It's important to provide these services for our parents, not just the students within the schools. And lastly, community outreach initiatives for the general community, not just the families of these students. Then we look at the after-school programs and their importance, and this is data from the After School Alliance of 2024. You do have an insert in your folders if you want to refer to that. But young people say that they want the following in their after-school programs. So they want a safe and welcome environment, don't we all? We want supportive adults and peers, a balance of learning, fun, and a variety of engaging activities. They also want tangible resources. And they also want help with preparing for their future, especially for our kiddos in high schools. And we have on the right side here, program providers report providing the following in their programs. So 75% of these programs have opportunities to talk about their feelings and emotions. 88% of these programs provide time to build these social skills. 94% of these opportunities provide academic enrichment, 85% provide physical activities, 83% provide outdoor activities, and 78% include STEM learning opportunities that might not be included in their current curriculum. 30% have access to services, whether it be mental health counseling, therapeutic services, or services for families. And 89% provide snacks and meals for these kiddos. We don't know if they're going home and they're going to have a meal. And so that is necessary that we are able to provide these resources for these kids. 64% have access to technology, including computers and laptops. Many of these students may not have access to technology at home, and so making sure that they're able to access it in a safe and controlled environment is absolutely necessary for their growth when it comes to technology. 77% of opportunities to provide opportunities to develop life skills, social skills. 59% provide leadership opportunities, and 53% provide college and career advising for our kiddos in high school.
The federal budget proposal will eliminate funding for the full-service community schools. These are support systems for neighborhoods that provide access to programs and services like healthcare, mentoring, expanding learning programs, and adult education. They are open year-round to unite school staff, families, and the community, working in tandem to support students, increase student learning and development, and community engagement.
So the legislation that we want to really think about, right, and the funding that is going to be impacted by these cuts, I will say thank you for saying what you said. Social work is built on the idea that we need to engage in social reform. So this legislation, we should all be speaking up. In your packet, you'll see NASW, New York chapter, is going to do a lobby day, but that tells you how to find your state electeds. Congress.gov is where you all should be going to find who your House reps, and we have the same US senators too, but really talking to our federal legislature. So, the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, which reauthorized funds, but that funding went away when our government shut down. So, it is Medicaid provided pathways to expand and improve access to school-based programs. 44% of children in New York rely on Medicaid. Medicaid covers many of the services that individuals that receive individual education plans receive, so really this is targeting the most vulnerable New York kids. When we're talking about the Every Child Succeeds Act, it's formerly No Child Left Behind. So while there are legal limits on how much states can relax requirements, elections have consequences. And the current secretary, as was brought up of the Education Department, can give states the right to slash these protections. So while I think that we will be okay in New York, it's not going to be okay around the nation. So these are really important. So be talking to your friends in other states as well. So the 21st Century Community Learning Center, again, the president proposed to zero this out in his fiscal budget 2026. That means that this is going to go away. Oh, I don't have my, you need to go one more. I'm just gonna take this, okay? Sorry. So, we zeroed out the 21st Century Community Learning Centers, so that was the only funding stream that was dedicated to after-school and school programs. And it doesn't just service the children, it also services parents. And when we're talking about IDEA, this was passed in 1975. We are now rolling back. So this is when you get the IEP, it's already long, right? The process is a long process. Well, now we're slashing workers. So when we cut that in half, the bulk of those workers were in the special education department, which means that less children are gonna get the services that they need and have access to individual education plans so that they can be the best adults that they can be when they grow up. So we are, again, attacking the most vulnerable New York children. And I feel very strongly about this, guys. Sorry, policy is my jam. So, HRSA, school-based funding. This was done, so it started as a Medicaid 1115 waiver, and then it grew into this. And so what this does is it expands primary care. So like when the dentist comes in, right? Behavioral health services, it kind of can streamline. There's communities that don't necessarily have, we call them treatment deserts. So they might not have a federally qualified health center, they might not have primary care. So this brings those services to kids where they're able to get checkups, where they're able to do these things. And these are the type of programs that are gonna be cut. But don't be afraid. Oh, yep, you're gonna have to do it, this isn't working. Oh, that works. All right. Oh, yes. So guys, we are fighting back, at least in New York. So, as you can see, we're in New York, the governor has said, we're not going to give up diversity, equity, and inclusion. You know why? Because it's an evidence-informed practice. So, when you have organizations, corporations, and they're more diverse, guess what? They're more successful. Because just having white men run things doesn't work. We need everybody to come together because we all have special gifts. That's not to say that we don't want, white men to be included, because we do, but we need more voices. So we can see that our Attorney General, who is a powerhouse, sued the Trump administration for blocking access to hundreds of millions of dollars in education funds. And I'll tell you, she won. Her and 9 other attorney generals, I thought I put that up, but maybe it's not in there, also gave guidance on how other states could not follow the ripping away of diversity, equity, inclusion, because it is an evidence-informed practice, right? We need that. The reason why we have cell phones, the reason why we have all of these different things, that's all connected to diversity, equity, and inclusion, right? Because if you're hearing impaired or you're visually impaired, that's diversity, equity, and inclusion. Why there's a little divot on a sidewalk? Diversity, equity, and inclusion. So it's going to impact more than just students, right? This is, again, it is impacting the most vulnerable people in our nation. And I beg you guys, don't sit back and let it happen. Your voices matter. Your voices are powerful. Go to your elected officials. I'm sure all of you don't live in Syracuse. You guys are gonna go home when the semester is over. Get to know your elected officials, right? So start at a local level. We just had the guy from this county legislature come talk, so we can make a difference at a county level, we can make a difference at a state level, but with these cuts, we really need to be focusing on the federal level. So I ask that you go home and you do that, right? You get to know these people, you get to know legislation that's gonna impact the very people that we're tasked with servicing. That is our job, right? You can't have micro without macro, and there's always going to be unintended consequences of macro policy unless we're at the table and we're bringing people that we're servicing to the table. Community action is important. Participation is important. And I'm going to give you this video. It's at the bottom of it. You can hit play. This is Tish James. She's amazing.
I've been fighting for our students all summer. We're fighting against the dismantling of the Department of Education to preserve funding that our schools rely upon. We sued the federal government for illegally freezing billions of dollars for after-school care for working parents, English as a second language program, expanded science, technology, engineering, and math, otherwise known as STEM, and arts curriculum, bullying prevention services, and so much more. We're also taking action to protect grant funding for teachers to ensure that well-resourced, highly qualified educators are placed in high-need schools. When our children's future are on the line, I'm always on the case, and you can count on it. So sharpen your pencils and get ready to learn, New York.
All right, guys, so this is where it gets important, right? Who are the key stakeholders? Well, we're definitely a part of that key stakeholder group. Don't forget it. We have power. It's people power. So who are the students that are going to be impacted? Where are the parents and families that are going to be impacted? Go to your local, community, start to organize, but don't reinvent the wheel. Find out what organizations in your community are doing this work and get involved. Figure out how you can help and the things that you can do, because we want to organize, right? We want to mobilize. And then we want to go and we want to educate our legislature. But in order to really change the hearts and minds of people, we need to humanize the issue. So that is why impacted individuals are really important. It's time for them to raise their voices. We are going to all be impacted. So you want to raise your voice. We want to be talking to mental health providers. How is this going to impact them? There was a study done, and in the state of New York, we already are not meeting what evidence says is a good ratio for student to mental health provider. And it's only going to get worse with these federal cuts. So as I said, the community organizations, but we really want to be going to federal agencies. And I'm going to talk a little bit about federal, state, and local. So yes, go to your local electeds, but also find out the relevant committee. Because guess what? Even if your local elected isn't helpful or your federal elected isn't helpful, you can look on the different committees that are relevant. Like he said, they have 6 here. In ours, we have 23, I think, committees in the state legislature. I don't remember for federal, but there's education, right? There's mental health. These are all relevant committees to these issues. So if your elected is not helpful, find committee members on that will be helpful. Okay, see if there's legislation that you can support, because I'm telling you, in the state of New York, we're really looking to push back and fight against these cuts. But we're gonna need legislation passed to do so. So I really ask that you guys take this call to action seriously. The reason why this field exists is because of social reform. The reason why children don't have to work in mills anymore is because of social work. That's the very reason that I chose to come into this field, because it is in line with activists and advocates. But so often that's been forgotten because we professionalized and we ended up kind of kowtowing to the funders because we needed funding. But we don't have to do that as students. We can raise our voices. You don't have to worry about, is this person gonna like me right now? You don't have to worry about that. So you guys are the prime people that can go out and effectuate change that needs to happen. So please go advocate, and I wish you all a great day.
So when anyone asks me in the future if I had any really proud days as an educator, I'm going to mention today. Didn't they do a fantastic job? Can we give them another round of applause? I'd now like to introduce Assemblyman William Magnarelli. Assemblyman Magnarelli is a Democrat who has represented the 129th Assembly District since first being elected in 1998. His district includes parts of Syracuse and the surrounding towns of Geddes and Van Buren. He was born and raised in Syracuse, New York, as an alum of Syracuse University with degrees in history and law. Before serving in the State Assembly, he served as the member of the Syracuse Common Council and served as its majority leader. He has prioritized job growth in Central New York, tax relief, education funding, healthcare access, public safety, and support for veterans. Please join me in welcoming Assemblyman William Magnarelli.
Thank you so much. What a group. I'm surprised to see so many people. I wasn't anticipating this, but happy to be here, happy to be with people in this profession and from Syracuse University, obviously. I bleed orange. They got to win Saturday. That's all I got to say. I'm just going to go through the topics as they were given to me and give you the facts as I know them, okay? And we'll go from there. Topic 1 was the impact of federal education cuts on school-based mental health services in New York. And I apologize, I know the other speakers have been going over all of these things too, but we'll just reiterate stuff that's out there and what we have to deal with. The U.S. Department of Education under Secretary Linda McMahon terminated funding for 2 mental health grant programs. The Mental Health Service Professional Demonstration Grant Program, MHSP, and the School-Based Mental Health Services Grant Program, SBMH. New York Attorney General Tish James, along with 15 other state attorneys general, are suing the U.S. Department of Education over these cuts. In 2018, following the mass shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida, Congress established and funded MHSP to address the shortage of mental health professionals in high-need public school districts. 2 years later, Congress expanded these efforts with SBMH, which provided funding to help schools hire, train, and retain school-based mental health staff. In the wake of the 2022 Uvalde, Texas elementary school shooting, Congress dramatically increased funding for both programs, appropriating more than $100 million annually to both programs through 2026. Each program was designed as a 5-year initiative with the goal of placing 14,000 new mental health professionals in schools, particularly those in low-income and rural areas. New York stands to lose at least $19 million in previously approved funding as a result of these cuts, including over $7.6 million for the State University of New York SUNY system. Unless terminations are reversed, SUNY Binghamton will be forced to pull mental health professionals from schools serving more than 9,000 rural students, laying off 10 full-time staff and several part-time employees and graduate assistants. Also, the University at Buffalo would be forced to end a fellowship program training school for social workers to serve students in Western New York, jeopardizing care for an estimated 3,000 students. Several New York school districts and private institutions have also had their funding discontinued across the state, including in New York City, the Hudson Valley, the Finger Lakes region, the Mohawk Valley, Central New York, and the North Country. Topic 2, impact of federal education cuts to after-school programs. The U.S. Department of Education Title IV funding includes the 21st Century Community Learning Centers Grant Program, which supports funding for before and after-school programs. In late June 2025, the U.S. Department of Education announced they would be withholding $210 million in funding for the 21st Century Community Learning Centers program in New York. Fortunately, monies that had been encumbered by the Trump administration were released on July 18, 2025. Topic 3, impact of the federal budget reconciliation bill, the one big, beautiful bill, on New York. Healthcare. The one big, beautiful bill eliminates eligibility for most lawfully present immigrants to qualify for Affordable Care Act marketplace subsidies. The law's changes to premium tax credit eligibility will severely destabilize New York's essential plan and reduce New York's revenues by an estimated $1.35 billion per year. That's a B, not an M. $1.3 billion per year. New York's essential plan provides low-cost health insurance to individuals up to 250% of the federal poverty level who are not otherwise eligible for the federal Medicaid program either due to their immigration status or income. Under the Essential Plan, the state contracts directly with insurers to cover enrollees on plans separate from the standard Affordable Care Act marketplace plans. The federal government essentially funds the Essential Plan by paying New York 95% of the marketplace PTCs that Essential Plan enrollees would have qualified for if they were enrolled in the marketplace plan. About 1.6 million individuals are enrolled in New York's Essential Plan. A key reason why New York was one of the lowest has one of the lowest uninsured rates in the nation, less than 5%. Maintaining a high population of insured individuals helps decrease uncompensated care costs for hospitals. The Essential Plan reimburses New York hospitals at a significantly higher rate than the Medicaid program, which has long reimbursed hospitals with below the cost of care. In July, Director of Budget for New York State, Blake Washington, said New York will suffer a $750 million hit this fiscal year due to cuts to the Essential Plan that will take effect January 1, 2026. That amounts to $3 billion, again a B, in annual costs when the new fiscal year begins April 1, 2026. On top of that, Blake Washington said the state will have to spend upwards of $500 million over several years to set up a system for administering the big act, what do we call it? Our big plan, whatever they call that thing, Medicaid work requirements. So we're going to have to spend $500 million to put into effect a system that requires people to go to work to get those benefits. B, Supplemental Assistance Nutrition Program, SNAP. The federal government has always funded 100% of SNAP benefits. The OBBBA, the big beautiful bill, for the first time in history of the program, shifts portions of the cost onto the states. For New York, starting in fiscal year 2028, New York will assume a 15% share of the benefit cost, totaling up to a projected $1.9 billion annually in additional costs for the state to be shared with local governments. I'm sure the people who are in this room legislatively are going to love to hear that one. The federal government and states have historically evenly split the administrative cost of the SNAP program. Now, the federal government is requiring states like New York to increase the state share to cover 75% of the program. The expected additional 25% cost is $266 million. Onondaga County will have to cover $3 million in additional administrative expenses on top of the current $7.4 million the county is currently covering, for a total of $10.4 million. There are two types of SNAP work requirements: general work requirements and able-bodied without dependent work requirements, ABAWD. If you are between the ages of 16 and 64, you must work at least 80 hours a month, participate in a work program for at least 80 hours a month, or some combination of the two for at least 80 hours a month. The work does not have to be for a paycheck. It can include unpaid volunteer work. The OBBBA increased the age range from 54-year-olds to 64 years old, and parents whose youngest dependent child is age 14 or older will now need to meet the work requirements outlined above. Veterans, people experiencing homelessness, and former foster youth lose their current exemptions and need to meet the work requirements. The Thrifty Food Plan is a United States Department of Agriculture designed program that provides a framework for a nutritionally adequate, cost-effective diet that can be prepared at home. It is used to calculate the maximum SNAP benefit amounts that eligible individuals and families can receive. The big bill cuts food benefits for people with low incomes by permanently freezing the cost of the Thrifty Food Plan outside of inflation and adjustments, increasing the paperwork burden to get utility deductions, and removing internet cost as an eligible utility deduction. And that's basically what I have on everything that is going on. The only thing I can say from a New York State standpoint is, you know, I've been in the legislature where we've had to make up hundreds of millions of dollars worth of deficit when we walked into chambers in January. Even a couple of times with 9/11 and the big recession, where we've had to do $1 or $2 or maybe even $3 billion worth. This is blowing us out of the water, because this is only one part of that bill. We're going to be caught in every facet of government. The idea that New York State can backfill all of that money is ludicrous. Can't be done. Federal government can actually print money. New York State cannot. Okay? There's only so much. And there's only so many people you can tax, and there's only so much you can tax before they start walking. And believe me, many are walking, and that's a problem. So the problem that we have, I don't think is going to really hit until after the November elections. We are going to have some of these cuts that are going to be felt immediately, but the real big ones are going to hit in the following fiscal year. And that's where I'm really concerned about what New York State is going to do to try to backfill some of these things. All I can say to you is keep the faith, keep working for better times. I'm optimistic. I hope in November we have a little change in our government and things change. I'm sorry to be a little bit, I don't know if that's political or not. I think there are some people, I'm a Democrat, if you don't know that, but I know that there are Republicans who feel the same way too on a number of things. So let's hope we can change things going forward and make it better. That's what I'm going to leave you with.
Okay. Thank you again, Assemblyman Magnarelli. And we're at the point in our program where we're going to take a little bit of a break before we move on to our keynote. So get up a little bit, stretch, feel free to grab some, beverages or something to eat, and we'll see you in about 15 minutes. Hey, folks, can we start to get back together? It took about 6 to 7 months. It is a lot of work. It really is. More than you think. It really is. I think he was annoyed with me, I think, because he thought that he was going to be on a panel. I don't know who told him that, but I never told anybody that. The panels are this afternoon. No, he was okay. Thank you. Okay, let's get started. Okay, what I'd like to do now is I'd like to start off by introducing our keynote speaker. Rachel Gazdick is the Chief Executive Officer of New York Edge, a metropolitan region's largest provider of after-school programs. With more than 20 years' experience in education advocacy, Rachel has dedicated her career to building equity in education. Prior to joining New York Edge in May 2019, Rachel served as President and Chief Executive Officer of Colorado's I Have a Dream Foundation, a nonprofit organization focused on empowering children from low-income communities to succeed in school, college, and career. Over the course of her more than 6 years at the helm of Chihad, did I say it correct? CIHAD, Rachel grew the organization's single-class model to a school-wide program, significantly expanding the nonprofit's reach across the city. Before her time at CIHAD, Rachel served as Executive Director of Say Yes to Education Syracuse, a nonprofit community-wide partnership focused on supporting public school children attain, afford, and complete a college or other post-secondary education. In her 4 years at the organization, she expanded the program to 31 schools and 22,000 students. While in Syracuse, Rachel also served numerous roles at Syracuse University. From 1999 to 2012, she was an assistant professor for the Department of Communication and Rhetorical Studies and an adjunct faculty member at the School of Social Work. From 2001 to 2008, Rachel was the Associate Director and the Director of Syracuse University's Office of Community Engagement and Integrative Learning, where she ran an array of community-focused programs and social justice initiatives. From 1999 to 2001, Rachel served as the Executive Director of Near East Side Community Development Organization of Syracuse, focusing on job placement, training, mentoring, and youth programs. She began her career with Teach for America, serving as a special needs teacher in Southwest Louisiana for 2 years. Rachel has a master's degree in education policy from Harvard University, a master's degree in social work from Boston College, where she focused on needs assessments, grant writing, nonprofit management, and community mobilization, and a bachelor's degree in speech communication from Syracuse University. Please join me in welcoming Rachel Gazdick.
Good morning. It's such a joy. Thank you for inviting me to join you all for Social Action and Policy Day. It's been a blessing to be back on campus and to spend time with old friends like Professor Eric Kingson. Being here at Syracuse University is deeply meaningful to me. This is where my journey as an educator and advocate truly began, and where I first learned that social policy is not just about programs or systems, but about people. It's about relationships, and it's about the courage to imagine something better. Standing here among all of you, the next generation or current social workers and change makers, I'm reminded that the work you're preparing for is the work that defines our future as a society, not the person in the White House. In every community where I've worked, whether it's Southwest Louisiana, I know every street here in Syracuse, every not-for-profit organization, and I've seen kids when I've been here that have benefited from the Say Yes to Education Scholarship. Denver, Boston, and now I live in New York City. I've seen the same truth, the same truth. There's no shortage of brilliance, creativity, or determination among our young people. What's too often missing is access to opportunity, to the mentorship, and to supports that allow their potential to flourish. And so education is essential, but it can't stand alone, not when basic needs, mental health, and equity determine who truly has access to learning. That understanding became the foundation for my work to build organizations that don't wait for systems, to change. I could wait all year, all the time, right? But model what equity in education should look like. And right now I have the power to do that. That's exactly what we're doing at New York Edge. New York Edge is New York City's. Do I have any New York City folks in the room? All right. Bronx in the house? Little Brooklyn, this is what we do at New York Edge. Anybody from Queens? All right, we got some Queens people. Manhattan? And nobody's typically ever from Staten Island. Is Staten Island in the house? That's a running joke at New York Edge, yeah. So we serve all 5 boroughs, but we also opened a program, anybody from Long Island? On Long Island in the Wyandanch School District, which has 6 times the poverty rate of the rest of Long Island. And I'm always struck when we open that school because people's association to Long Island is the Hamptons. So we're the largest school provider of school-based, after-school, summer, and community school programs. Every day we serve over 35,000 children in 140 schools throughout all the 5 boroughs. We employ more than 1,700 staff members, educators, teachers, artists, coaches, counselors, and youth development professionals who together form one of the largest serving workforces in any major city in the country in after school, in a school-based setting. We are also New York State's certified through OCFS, the Office of Community, the state system. We're the largest provider of after-school programming certifications in New York City, but also in New York State. So across those 146 schools, we operate both our traditional after-school model and more than 20 community schools. And in the presentation earlier, there was a discussion about community schools. We go beyond academics. They serve as neighborhood hubs. They integrate learning, social services, mental health supports, and family engagement all under one roof. They recognize that children thrive when their families are supported and their basic needs are met, and that schools must be the centers of wellness, not just instruction. And I remember this so clearly when I was here in Syracuse running Say Yes, and I was at the Martin Luther King School, and this little child was crying, and I walked through the school, I came back, and the little child was still crying. And I thought, nobody cries for that long, and what is happening? So I went over to her and I said, honey, what is wrong? And she opened her mouth, and I saw a hole in her tooth that I could see through, I could see, and this is why she's crying. We had opened a dental service. She was waiting to go into that dental service. These one-stop shops that is so absolutely important and critical. I've had kids in classrooms who believe that it's okay, not that they believe it, but they don't know that their vision isn't clear. When they wake up, they expect their vision to be what it is. They expect that this is how you see. Bringing eyeglasses so kids can see the chalkboard. There's no chalkboards anymore, but anyway, you know what I mean. So all of these services, not just the mental health, but also removing the barriers to academic success within our schools are critical, and that's why we can't just sit there and say, oh, I'm sorry that that's happening, or I'm sorry you're crying. We have to fix these things. We have to help the kids. We have to get them what they need. So at New York Edge, we're really proud to be a key partner in advancing community schools. The movement, blending after-school programming with health, with social work, and family supports. Because we want to meet the whole child. We want to see the child, we want to know what they need, and we want to be able to do this on the ground. And so despite all the policy that's going on, which I'll get to next, what I want our team to focus on right now is to do what we're supposed to do at those schools and get the kids what they're supposed to get while we fight all of the other things at the upper levels in policy. At New York Edge, our model is built on a simple but powerful idea that every student should see themselves in the professions that are shaping our world. We design learning experiences. I have an entire curriculum team that designs learning experiences, that threads social emotional learning, curriculum, grade-appropriate curriculum, and then we create learning experiences for kids. We design experiences that connect what students study with real-world applications, showing them that their creativity, their leadership, and their intelligence can become their future careers. So I'm going to give you a few examples of what that looks like. So we could all cook, or you could have a chopped competition. Right? We have a Food Explorers program that's all about healthy eating. The kids create their own food recipes. They go to commercial kitchens. They go to restaurants to learn about the industry. And most recently, we're working with the celebrity chef Jamie Oliver to also bring and raise the profile so that they could see themselves as the next Jamie Oliver. We address food insecurity by building pantries at our schools, by doing everything that we can to bring food to our family, but we also know that mental and social emotional health means healthy eating is also a part of that. STEM and innovation, our students explore science. They actually go to Pfizer. They have little white lab coats, and they go in and they study how vaccines are made. So I can give you STEM and at your school, which is what we do, but then I want to take you to Pfizer to see who you can become. And we do this in everything that we do. Our sports programs, tomorrow, if you were to come to New York City, you would see thousands of kids in our leagues playing sports. We know that mental and physical health is really important. Flag football is the hot item right now. And so all the boroughs compete, but then they play at the Jets Stadium. When they do basketball, they play at the Brooklyn Nets. And when we have tennis, I take them to meet the coaches at the US Open. Because what I want to do is find that next athlete, too. And maybe we can support that young person to become the next Coco Gauff or whomever or the next musician. We go to Republic Records, and the kids write and mix music, and they produce. We're working with LL Cool J. They just wrote a New York Edge song. I have a podcast that I highly encourage you, if you're working in schools, to download. So this was just my need to hang out with kids. So I had this idea, and this is Syracuse, so we're known for communications. So we started a podcast with middle schoolers. So I was the co-host. And the idea is that the middle schoolers would take over the podcast. And so much that I think they've kicked me off. But so we have had 100 episodes. The podcast is sponsored by Macy's, and it's called Formative. And I want this to be a teaching tool. So I'm hoping, we have over 150,000 listeners, and we've won 2 major awards. We beat out NBC and NPR for the Anthem Award, and we also won an adult award, which is the Davy Award. And it's professionally produced, and the kids meet with leaders in the field from all backgrounds. And this is a way we can use technology to bring kids more information about who they can become. So they've met with they've interviewed President Obama's ambassador to Switzerland. They've interviewed Grammy Award winners. They've interviewed TikTok stars. I didn't really like that one. But Googlers, engineers, social activists. Over 100 interviews that these middle schoolers have done, FBI agents, so that when I was part of the Southwest Rotary, we used to give these job talks to the kids and the Rotarians on the south side of Syracuse. And I used to say to the artists, you got to do more than say stay in school. You got to show kids what is out there, what can I be? And so I can't bring every one of you to New York City to come talk to the kids about who you are, but now I have this tool of a podcast that I can interview anyone around the world, because we do it via Zoom. And now all of your kids can also listen to all of the professions that you can be. We have a professional book publishing company. Kids work with a gentleman from California. He zooms in. So when I'm saying these things, it's not just special to New York City. You can zoom in anybody, anywhere, to provide the same kind of level of programming. And it's a book publishing company where the kids write. They work with Pixar illustrators, do professional books, give a book talk at the Strand bookstore in New York City in the Rare Book Room. They sign the books. And about 7 news media outlets, this is New York City, all 7 of them came out to interview the kids. And so you can see the trajectory is I'm also going to see myself as an author. And of course, when you interview them, they'll say, I thought this was going to be boring and blah, 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 blah. But what I see the next time is, well, when do I write my next book? That's what we have to create. Not sitting and doing homework help, because I'm against homework. Okay, the arts. Through collaborations with NYU, Radio City Music Hall, and the Misty Copeland Foundation, who I met Misty in a coat closet. We were changing shoes, and this is a true story, and she said to me, you're so smart to bring sneakers. I said, well, how else are you going to walk on the train? I'm sure Misty Copeland does not walk on the train. And we talked for 20 minutes, and it wasn't dawning on me that she's America's best ballerina, first African-American ballerina. She said, if it wasn't for after school in LA, I would have never become Misty Copeland. And as we were sitting there, she said, I want to get involved with what you're doing. What's your name? And I said, it's Rachel. And she said, hi, I'm Misty Copeland. I'm like, yes, you are, right? And now we work with her foundation, teaching ballet, and that group went on to perform at Radio City Music Hall. Giving of your time is important. The Van Gogh Museum in Amsterdam called us up. They flew in educators to train my teaching artist on the life of Vincent van Gogh. DHL sent 3D replicas that we sent out to the Bronx and to Brooklyn, and the kids were immersed in the life of Van Gogh. So much that this one little boy at our NYU celebration talked to me about Van Gogh for literally 45 minutes. Miss Rachel, do you know about him? Da, 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 da. So now he goes to the Met because he wants to go see other artists. We don't know where the spark, we don't know what will ignite kids. Media and storytelling, our Get Real Film Festival. We have a singer-songwriter circle with LL Cool J's foundation. We empower youth to tell their stories through film and music. And then, of course, the podcast. It's important for me to lay out the model before I get into the policy. Because this model is hands-on, it's learning, it's connected to real-world opportunities. It builds confidence, empathy, and vision. And it's not about keeping kids busy. It's about helping them imagine their place in this world. And that's what we're trying to do, is reframe what after school looks like. And it's really, really important. At the heart of our work is social emotional learning and mental wellness. We recognized long before it became citywide policy, which it is right now, that students can't thrive if they don't feel safe, if they don't feel supported and connected. And that's why SEL is woven throughout everything we do. Today, New York City is formally incorporating and putting resources behind SEL and mental health into after-school programs. Something New York Edge has been doing for years, but the resources are coming into our current government contracts. It's a very big initiative in the city, and to be honest, if you want to find work, come to New York City. We do not have enough social workers to meet the demand and to meet all of the contractual agreements. So I would encourage you to think about that. We have a director of SEL at New York Edge. We deepen this work. I have 1,700 staff members who've been trained in trauma-informed practices. And through our national partnership through ACT by Mosaic, which we won a national award, we're measuring growth in empathy, communication, resilience, self-awareness. I'm a ripe doctoral candidate's data. I have data over 20,000 students and where they are in their social emotional journey. And what that does for us, what ACT does for us, is we're able to get the data on a borough level, school level, individual child level in our programs, and then implement the curriculum and resources for that child, to the point where we're able to give parent resources too, so that parents can implement what we're doing at home. So after school shouldn't be a supplement to education, it should be a cornerstone of our nation's youth mental health strategy. And as the Assemblyman probably doesn't know, but we've been really advocating, there is a big youth mental health bill. There's another bill that hopefully will be passed for art therapists to provide service to within our schools. The governor has put a lot of time and money and resources behind youth mental health. And so that's what we're seeing in New York. That may change, he's right, as the budget cuts and things happen next year. We don't know what will shift. But right now, in New York City, it's at the heart of all of our discussions. So we're in New York State and across the country, there's an urgent need to hire and invest in more social workers, especially in community schools and youth mental health programs. Our community schools right now, we do not see a threat of them being dismantled. But I can talk about, I think the key on this slide that the group before me did was it's always chaos. So day by day, it changes. I get executive orders, and I'll talk about that in a moment. But social workers are the bridge between systems and lives. You all notice when a student is struggling before a crisis emerges. You connect families to vital supports, and you help schools treat emotional well-being as a foundation for learning. At New York Edge, we partner closely with social workers across our schools, but as I said, there's simply not enough. The state's commitment to expanding staffing through Office of Mental Health and through the Community Schools Initiative is a strong start, but it must grow and endure. We cannot meet the emotional and psychological needs of our students without a sustained investment in this workforce. And it only grew after the pandemic. And to every student here studying social work, we need you. There are jobs, and we need you. And often, your expertise, your empathy, your advocacy will shape the systems our young people depend on. At New York Edge, we view policy as a catalyst for systems change, and we engage at every level to ensure youth voices and needs are at the center of decisions. And so what I'll say about this is we work at the city level. I have lobbyists. I might hire some of the folks back that were on before me. At the city level, I meet with all of the city councils across New York City. But I think one of the differences, at least the deputy mayors and others say, is that we come to the table with thoughtful solutions. There's times I have to agitate, particularly when they didn't pay us on time and other things. But what I often hear when we're doing our policy is, thanks for coming into the room with ideas. Thanks for coming into the room with how to change this. Because often when people come into the room and they're yelling and screaming and hollering, then they just leave the room yelling, screaming, and hollering. And that has a place because we have social action days, we get on the stairs, we do all of that collectively. So when we're really working on a policy, I don't do that individually. I do it collectively with other CEOs across the city so that we're all putting the emphasis and push behind city government. Because there's more power in working together as a coalition. And we often do that through the Human Service Coalition. In my individual meetings, I give folks ideas. And most recently, I was with the governor's team after meeting with her, and she pointed to me and said, "That's a great idea." And then I met with her team after, and they said, "Thanks for coming and thinking about this. Thanks for coming and saying the policy doesn't work. This is how it could impact better on the ground." And I think that's a really important distinction. And so I have 7 lobbyists at New York Edge that lobby for me on all different levels. But my team and myself, we drive the policy because we know what's happening on the ground and we know what they have to change. If I just let my lobbyists do it, they would just look at the bill and be like, "Oh, all right, we'll just go after it." But they don't know exactly what needs to look differently. And all of you know what needs to look differently. I often tell my staff a story about Syracuse, and this is a policy just in the school district policy. And this is an example, because when I came into New York Edge, we're very government-driven, so the mindset of the staff was, it is what it is. We just got to keep it that way. We just got to do the same things over and over. And here in Syracuse, the staff used to come and say, the policy at the Syracuse City School District, which I don't know if it's a policy anymore, so don't quote this in the news, was that if a child got pushed off a bus, or if a child was bad on the bus, they would miss school. And so the Say Yes staff was coming to me and they said, "Rachel, this policy is terrible because so-and-so gets thrown off the bus. Why should they miss school because something happened on the school bus. But this kept happening, day in and day out. And so I finally said to Asumji, I said, do me a favor. I said, you keep telling me about this. Go ride the damn bus. And he said, what? I go, get on the bus. Find out what in God's name is happening. Well, you know what was happening with this policy? Was that they took the child who lived the farthest home first, and the other 49 kids lived within 2 miles of the school. So they were riding, 50 kids were riding the bus for an hour. And so they were rammy. So should they get thrown out of school for that just policy on its basic level? So I use this as an example because you got to think about the things that you also enforce when you're in these agencies. So I called up the head of transportation. I said, Pat, these kids can't get thrown out. This is what's happening. And she reversed it, right? But sometimes we just let things that are in our agencies or in our environment or policies or rules without coming up with some kind of solution. And I know that's very micro and granular, but it prevented that child from missing school and being kicked out of school. And one time I had social work students in class, and we were talking about this, and they worked in the University of Rochester, and we were talking about how they were making new policy, and one side of this group said, well, the lawyers over at the law thing that fight with us, and this one said this. Turns out the two people who were fighting were actually in the class and didn't know each other. And so once they met each other, they're like, okay, let's fix this. So again, these policies are about relationships, they're about putting political pressure, but they're also about knowing who the people are and knowing how to work with them to make that change. At the state level, New York Edge collaborates with the New York State Education Department, OCFS, and the Office of Mental Health. And also, quite honestly, for those of you who are working in school-based, one of the big funding streams is, and this was also funded by the previous Trump administration, is in the Labor Department for modern-day youth apprenticeships. And that is probably the biggest funding stream for kids in high school. They get to do an apprenticeship, they work for a company, they get paid by the company in 10th, 11th, and 12th grade. And the model for modern-day youth apprenticeships is that the company would then hire them and pay for their college degrees. I was a part of this in Colorado. The Bloomberg administration gave CareerWise Colorado about $10 million to create these innovative pathways for young people. And we have it in New York City, and if you look, it's all over. And I highly recommend that you look at CareerWise Colorado or National CareerWise New York or whatever to see what modern-day youth apprenticeships look like. Because if you want to create pathways to jobs, the missing link is the kids need networks, and they need the opportunities to go into the corporations and work. Too often, I've sent kids to college, and then they've done exceptionally well, and then they're still not in a job because they don't have the network. And that's really the key missing piece. And so we do that at New York Edge through our Learn and Earn program. At the federal level, we work with, we do have a 21st Century grant. And to be honest right now, I know there's a lot of noise and chaos, and I'm sure a lot of this is going to come to fruition, but also recognize that this is a billion-dollar industry in the news media to make people hate each other, no matter what side of the coin you're on. And I received 2 executive orders at the beginning of the administration. One was to get rid of AmeriCorps. Now I only have 5 people. So we put them on another payroll. And the other was the Martin Luther King Day of Service asking me to change the language, which I refused to do, so I gave them the money back. What am I going to change it to? Those were both small grants. They were like $100,000 grants. Obviously, we're still doing the Martin Luther King Day of Service. We're going to still do all of these things. I don't really need the money. But for our gifted and talented program in the South Bronx, which has been running for 6 years, that's a multi-million-dollar program. So the issues also become, for me as the CEO, is those are the ones that we align and we sue, and that's all that's going on right now. Our lawsuits upon lawsuits. You saw Tish James, you saw others. So we sign on to the lawsuits, not like a $50,000 lawsuit, for $50,000, but I sign on for $2 million lost or $3 million lost. And again, we do that collectively. So everything gets tied up in the courts. Same with our NIH grants, National Institute of Health. So we've heard nothing about them. So we're actually just hearing nothing. They first start that they're going to do something. It started in the first 2 weeks. And then after that, you heard nothing. And the money's still coming. And I think it's because they're just suing left and right. And so in my role, that's how I sit all day. You know that chaos slide? So I wake up and I say, what's going to happen today? What's coming down the pike? But I also can't get overwhelmed by it because I have to stay focused on the 1,700 people and the 35,000 kids that I need to take care of every day, and then fight on the legislative sides. Because if I get caught up in every move he does, that's what I have my mother for, because she just sits and I actually bought her a Trump damn it doll, because I was worried she was going to have a heart attack. As soon as I walk in the house, did you see what he did today? And I said, I can't, and so, yes, I read and I keep up, but I gotta stay focused. I can't get in all of the noise because then I stop doing the things that we need to do, which is to fight back, to write good policy, to get out there and do what's necessary. So we've been a statewide advocacy group. We pressure on all levels of government, and to the point where my lobbyist said we should get a Republican lobbyist on board. I haven't brought myself to do that yet, but it is important because we are 98% government funded, and we have to work through different chambers, and there are Republicans and Democrats that we should be working with. And so we have to figure out who the right people are and who are reasonable and who we can make decisions with. So those are some decisions. When we sit in our lobbying group, which was this morning, the lobbyists all talk about who they know, and then they talk about who doesn't like each other. And this is something we don't teach at school. Because the way for me to get legislation passed is I got to put the right people. I have to have the right people at the right time with the right meeting who all get along. Even to the point where some of my folks who were in city government can't meet with somebody because they may have ticked them off 10 years ago. This is what I mean about relationships. It's very relationship driven. And that's important, and that's why building relationships is important. Not just the content of your policy, but how do you work to get it over the finish line? Because it's not just a one-step process. I've learned in New York, when something's about to go away, my New Yorkers know this too, the whole city gets out there, and then they bring it all back. And that's how it works with everything. Even the lights for 9/11, they do this, they put it out in the media so someone else can pay for it, right? That's how New York works. So every time something has happened, there's always political pressure to move it forward. So, for example, we were not being paid. The city owed us $22 million, if not more. And that was the time we had to stand on the steps, put legislation through. They owed not-for-profits over $1 billion in New York City. And so we had a Pay Us Now campaign. So we decide at different times which is the right approach to do, and not every approach is the right one, but we don't just go and do everything all the time, because we have to be very strategic about it. So to me, after-school programming is a pathway. It's the third arm. I do want to see after-school dialogue change. I do not want to hear that it's to keep kids out of jail, because the kids so that was done by, that was a federal government juvenile to make an association to give money to after-school. That if we had after-school, we would keep the kids out of jail. Well, I don't have criminals in my program. And so I don't, that's not how we operate. But that language persists. It persists. Or after school is just a babysitting service. Or after school is just a place you drop your kids because you have to work. No, it's 500 or more extra hours of learning, of developing young people, and there is a difference between after-school models. And we have to fundamentally change those. And we have to build our staff and our programs in ways that ignite intellectual curiosity, that create the next generation of leaders. And we can do that without all of the city and school districts' rules. Even you as practitioners, as social workers, I brought the University of Denver School of Social Work into our program in Colorado. I had 10 field placements, I had 2 supervisors. School never had social work because the folks who come in, they just test kids, like the psychologist or whatever. I ran a study, 50% of the kids in this thing that we gave them wanted to commit suicide. Now, do they really want to do it? I don't know. They're seeing a lot of things on TikTok and in other places. Last week, I had a young man put a bag over his head, put electric tape, and try to drown himself in the bathroom in New York. Saw the same thing in Colorado. So they're watching the technique somewhere online. When we brought those social workers into the school in Denver, the school's academic achievement became the top school in the city. The kids who were having trouble, and you always know who they are, who rip things down, so forth, weren't having problems anymore. Somebody was helping them. And then the teachers started to get into the meditation and the mindfulness to the point where the kids said to them, look, to their teacher, you should take a time out. You need some mindfulness, right? Because that's how you create cultures, right? The kids will tell you not to smoke, not to do all these things. But that's how you create culture. And then I would do the Martin Luther King March in Denver, and this parent walked up and she said, I just really appreciate the tools because I don't know what to do at home. And she had her timer, and she said, and I've created a good space for him to work. I've created the boundaries and all of that, which is also important. And it's not that moms or dads don't want to help. They're working 3 jobs. They're doing all kinds of things. Or, they just need some ideas. And that was critical as well. So you as social workers, our faculty and professionals in this room, are essential to the transformation to see systems as interconnected: education, mental health, housing, family stability, and opportunity. After school sits at the intersection of them all. I encourage you to view after school as a living laboratory for systems change, because we're not restricted on how we do things. A space where innovation, inclusion, and compassion converge. Together we can build a model of social policy that centers people, especially young people, at its heart. Social action begins when we refuse to accept the status quo. I'm going to say that again. We refuse to accept the status quo. I thought when the pandemic hit and everyone's locked in their jammies at their house, we could actually produce new models for education. It was a great opportunity. Totally missed. What do? We go back to the status quo. Football season, basketball season, get back onto your rotation, go back into your schools, do the same stuff over and over, and expect things to change. It begins when we imagine not just what's wrong, but what is possible. And so we need more visionary thinkers. We need more people who understand that there are things that are wrong, but understand that they're going to make it do something different. And so I'll leave you with this question: what kind of nation do you want for our children? And do we want to keep patching broken systems, or build something bold, unified, and new? At New York Edge, we see every day that when young people are given access, guidance, and belief, they rise, period. And when they rise, our schools, our cities, and our country rise with them. After school's not the end of the day, it's the beginning of possibility. It is where transformation takes root. And I just want to thank Syracuse University School of Social Work for preparing change makers like all of you, who remind us that social policy isn't only written in law, it's written in lives. So thank you. And I guess I'm... So I think we have time for questions. Yes?
I work at Steam High School, in Syracuse. I would love to, you can come over there and pitch your ideas. That would be great. We have the pathways. We have the CTE Pathways programs going on right now. We're having companies like CNS come talk to our construction group. Our dance program has been doing a lot as well, but I would love if you could come and we can maybe work together and expand on that.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be happy to zoom in or come or whatever to see what's absolutely going on in the Pathways program, because I think that where we're seeing apprenticeships and the corporations here in Syracuse is, I'll give you an example of this. One guy, when I used to run NESCO, said to me, I don't need another community center, Rachel. I want a job, and I want a house, and I want everything that everybody else has. And it's 1,000% true. And so I think the city of Syracuse needs to hire our kids in jobs that put them on a pathway to do just those things. And so I'm glad to hear the STEM school is up and I did hear a little bit about it. And then I guess the microchip company or something's coming. I don't know. When I landed the last time I was here for the Martin Luther King celebration in January, I heard two things. There's a microchip company and the basketball team's lousy. That's what I heard. But absolutely, because I think those pathways and how we've shaped programming, and I'm sure you guys have done some innovative stuff too, because Syracuse is on the cutting edge of things as well. So yeah, I'd be happy.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Hi.
Hey.
So I know when you were speaking, we're talking mostly about cities, right? New York City, Bronx, Queens, Syracuse, city of Syracuse. But I myself am from rural areas.
Yep.
I'm very passionate about rural community improvement and inclusion. How could the programs and the ideologies and missions of New York Edge be applied to assist with rural community improvement and inclusion?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. And, early when I started, I said that I lived in southwest Louisiana in the bayou. You don't get more rural than living on the bayou in some ways, right? or being in a state that just doesn't invest a lot in education. You know, and back then, we didn't have the technological tools, and even in Colorado, there are a lot of rural places that actually modern-day youth apprenticeship is going to, where it's not the same. And it is areas of our country that do not get the recognition, you know, the resources that they need so desperately. But I do believe through technology and through the ability to connect with people via Zoom, to train and to do all kinds of things in terms of programmatic models is easy, because we do that already. I mean, I do it internationally. We're working with a group in Ghana, and I've had people come from Chile, Australia, to see what we're doing. So we're able to train people to think about that. I think also the same kind of lobbying has to happen with your public officials there to bring those resources as well to your community. But I do think, unlike when I used to sit in the bayou and people would have to ship things to me, you know, the internet wasn't even around then. It's very different, and so we have better opportunities. I also say when I sit in our meetings for social emotional learning at the community schools, and this is common no matter where I've been, it's, oh, we don't have enough clinical social workers who speak the language, or we don't have, so then what happens, and nothing happens. But we have technology now that can translate in ways that we used to do by hand, and then we did by disc, and then we did, I mean, when I was in the cab in the airport, my driver was from Russia, and he was going the wrong way. And so I put in Google Translate, and you could see his face light up, because I don't think anyone takes the time to do 2 seconds in the thing, you know. So I use that as an example because my grandmother is from Bratislava, and she used to get these letters written in Czech. And I thought, boy, wouldn't she love, because she had to get the lady down the street to translate, wouldn't she love that I can run it through the system and it would translate for her? So I use that as an example too, is that we have to start using the technological tools. I just did a tech article, is that our professions are always too far behind. We're always we don't have computers, or we don't have this. We gotta be ahead of the curve, not behind the curve when it comes to using technology. Now you're gonna ask me about AI. No. Yeah.
So our topic today obviously is about how the federal government's cuts to healthcare services, education services, et cetera, are going to impact education and going to impact children. Magnorelli came in, and obviously he talked to us about the very, very deep cuts that are coming for New York. He talked about the upcoming budget shortfalls probably being much bigger than anything he's ever seen before, which is notable because he was, I believe, in office during the 2008 crisis. He talked about cuts to the essential plan potentially being on the table, or at least, budget shortfalls when it comes to funding the essential plan. I'm on the essential plan, right? So we're talking about potentially New Yorkers not having health care. Yep. I say that just to preface my question. There are 2 questions here. Number 1, do you think it's feasible to fund healthcare, basic healthcare services for all New York State residents, and also fund, K through 12 certified teachers, and also, take care of, some of the problems we're going to run into when it comes to making sure that licensed social workers are in schools during school hours, and also fund the sorts of after-school programs that you've been working on for years. And if it's possible that we can't fund all of those programs, should we continue to fund after-school programs while we're dealing with this once-in-a-generation, hopefully once-in-a-generation crisis, and why? I feel like I need an understanding of how these after-school programs are going to impact students' quality of life, their income, their chances of being incarcerated, because that is a really big problem in central New York. What data can you sort of give to us to make an argument for continuing these after-school programs during this crisis?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the major parts is for young people. You know, we do an advocacy day at the State Assembly, and I bring actual students to that advocacy day. And the person who was the head of the finance in New York State was like, and this was like a year or so ago, was like, this is how we cut the pie. And there's not enough pie for anybody, you know, so the kid says, well, why don't you make a bigger pie, right? And then he says, look, if I didn't have after school, then my mom has to quit her job, and that has happened, and then I was eating potato chips. This was an unscripted thing. So part of this, after school, is about driving the economy so that parents who are working can not lose their jobs and continue to work. And that's very real, especially for single moms. So that's one part of it. I think the other is that we have enough to go around, and so it's going to be policymakers' decisions and their fights to keep healthcare in place, to keep these education. Like, think about the pandemic when that happened. I'm always like raising money for all kinds of things. All of a sudden, I literally got $15 million and didn't have to do anything. It was just that we were a certified child care provider. And we didn't fill out grants, we didn't, you know. The government has the resources, and particularly in New York State, we give more money to the federal government than the federal government gives to New York in taxes. The education policy bills, so it's 370, when we're just talking about education, is 7%, the federal government's cut is 7% of what New York State's school budgets are. And I think Representative Magarelli, or Assemblyman, was talking about in the education department and Medicaid and all of these other areas, which is, you know, I think why the Democrats keep fighting in Washington, is to not get those cuts. What's also interesting, which we don't talk about, is if I'm in Louisiana, 29%. Any of the red states are at 29%, 32%. They receive federal government funding. So New York State, California gives more to the federal government. All of those red states receive more from the federal government. So these folks know this, right? And so they're doing their political theater, they're fighting, and so my hope is they have the resources, they can do this. I think he's tangled up in a lot of lawsuits, but he's also going against the Constitution, and somebody has to do that. Like, this money was funded, it was appropriated by Congress, and he's just going through and ripping it away. And so those are the larger problems of what are we going to do to stop this? Which Republicans are going to stand up too? So there's just a lot going on. I can't answer directly how they're going to work that through, because I don't think we know. I know on a day-to-day basis, even through the pandemic and community school funding, that was from the federal government, and then they gave it out for 2 years, then they were going to stop it, but then it's remained. So, and I haven't seen all these big cuts yet, and it might come in next year, but right now all I see is a lot of news media threatening different things and then pulling back, like tariffs. There's going to be a tariff, then there's not going to be a tariff. Like, I think, so my hope is that particularly the medical insurance and so forth, that these things stay intact. But I also think it's intentional. And I think that's the other part that we have to keep fighting around. So I don't know if I completely answered your question, but it changes day by day. Yeah. That's a great question.
I guess I have a quick question.
Sure.
I was just wondering if any of our students could get involved with any of the programs or services at New York Edge, like remotely?
Yeah, potentially, yeah, we're taking, for anyone that lives in New York, we hire over 1,000 people in the summer. We also have a lot of full-time jobs. We're always hiring at New York Edge. And I think as our social work program continues to evolve, there'll be lots of opportunities for students to work. We just hired a new director of SEL and social work, and so she just came on last week. So she's building out that whole sector within the organization. I don't want to put too much on her tomorrow, but I think absolutely, yeah. Yeah.
Serious question. So you expressed that you have a director of SEL and you hope that she will build out something for social work in the near future. A very real issue that I see is that not only is there a need for social workers in the field, but there is a lack of actual policy or infrastructure that supports the longevity of a social worker without them being burnt out. There is obviously a great need for social workers in this space, and transparently, I understand that a lot of funding do go towards the youth, which it should. However, like, what does it realistically look for, like, myself and all of my peers that would be leaving school and hoping to sustain lives for ourselves and not giving up on things that we hope we would see a better future in because we have to using the oxygen mask analogy, put the oxygen mask on ourselves before we can help somebody else. I do hear that you've hired at, or that you're working with somebody at a director level, but realistically speaking, we as an aspiring master's graduate, and some people in here who I assume might be at the bachelor's level, that's not necessarily an entry-level position that would make it feasible for all of us to hope for the future. So in that building out, is it more so towards a structure where it would allow for opportunities for social workers to get more involved in innovative planning and creative programming, or would it be more geared towards collaboration efforts or advocating for more grant or funding that would help in that effort as well if your company or other organizations like yourself can have it?
Yeah, it's a great question. So just to understand how we're funded. So we're funded through the Department of Youth and Community Development through the City of New York. And what happens at our organization is it's been 10 years since the city has put out what's called a request for proposal. And what that means is we get a whole document of what they're looking for in after-school programming. And so we have to apply to get back all of our government contracts. Currently, we have well over, 200 and some. So my team right now is writing 200 grants by November 5th to get back 100 schools, which the city will fund. That's a lot of grants if you've ever just done one. The city has the money, and so what they're going to do is they'll fund the after-school program, and a major component in that is mental health and SEL. So when we get the actual RFP, we write about what we're doing in SEL. And we've trained our staff prior to hiring a formal director. We've been training our staff for about 6 years now in trauma-informed practice and in SEL with ACT by Mosaic. The other component of that is our community schools is required to have a mental health provider as part of the contract. And so we're required to hire an agency that provides mental health services and this is obviously in New York City, and we don't have enough providers to subcontract with. So one of my areas of advice would also be for all of you, once you get your licenses and so forth, is to build your own practice. Because to build your own practice to subcontract out if you're particularly in New York City. Because it's very, the money's there, it's lucrative, it works, and they don't have enough people. Absolutely don't have enough. And so when I get a government contract for a community school, and I have 22 of them, you know, right now we may have like 10 schools that are subcontracted with a mental health provider, and when we call them, they can't take on our other 10 contracts. And that's how we pay people. So I don't necessarily go out, I go out and raise more money more on like the private side for for other things. But when it comes to the city's government contracts, not the federal government, not the state, but the city, these things are written in as things that we build the city to pay and reimburse whoever we partner with. So that's how we're able to build this out, because the city put in this new RFP that everyone's working on right now, that mental health has to be a part of your after-school program. And those contracts will be in place for probably, well, I don't know. These last ones were in place for 10 years. I don't know how long these new contracts will be. So they set the timeline. So it's probably like 5 years. And then they can re-up them or they can add to them. But when the city has the money in the budget, which they do right now, they're able to make those changes. Now, can they make cuts? Can they do other things? We have a new mayoral race going on in New York. So that's where, in our role, to answer these questions about what's happening and what's the data and all these things, is we don't know. The new mayor's going to come in, and they could wipe out the department. I don't know what he's going to do. So I always have to pivot according to who's in office. Yes. Professor Kingson. Yeah, that's a great question, Eric. I mean, I think, for me, I think one of the things is interdisciplinary courses for the students. And so in Boston College, we used to have dual degrees. Here we do not have dual degrees, I don't believe. No, sort of, quasi. But it should also kind of probably be integrated, not that you have to have a dual degree, but you know, what I do on a day-to-day basis that I didn't get out of my social work degree was, but I got at Harvard because I had a specialized education program, was that the business school taught the not-for-profit financial management courses to us. And that was it's really key because my day is spent in finance, and we can do that with the Whitman School, the Maxwell School, and, you know, Eric had a joint appointment with Maxwell and School of Social Work, but working on those policy sides, I think the whole program, no matter if you're a clinician or a community organizer, has to be interdisciplinary. Because the skill sets that I use on a day-to-day basis come from all of those different academic departments. You know, we're an $80 million organization. So obviously I have a chief financial officer and I have a big infrastructure of 100 people, but all of you need to understand finance. You need to understand lines of credit. You need to understand investments, all of that, solutions to run your organizations. And now while we have board members that have expertise in these areas, it's that day-to-day running that's really is really critical. So I'd love to see schools of social work do more courses. Also, I spend a lot of time in public. So training students at Newhouse how to talk to the media, how to think about your prepping for the media, all the articles. I did 2 this morning, right? I think if you want to be a CEO or you are speaking on behalf of your organization, it's important that you get some training on how to do that. We have to prep some of our staff around that because not everybody's comfortable talking to the media. And in this day and age, you gotta also be careful because everything becomes a soundbite as well. I probably do, I don't know, 5 to 6 media things a month, and then a lot of writing for different things like op-eds. You know, I don't know, I did one this morning for a technology magazine. So there's just a lot of different components that I think social work gave me the grounding, communications gave me the skills in the public arena, and then the education policy. And then I did do the PhD program too up at Maxwell. So research, evaluation. I remember in social work we'd be like, well, I have to take this course. But then when I finish at Maxwell, I can still sit. I have academic universities that work with us, so it's helpful for me to be able to speak their language. And I'm also in a unique position because I was at higher ed for a long time, so I know those intersections and how to build this, where a lot of not-for-profit leaders don't see the university as a big asset, and they should, yeah. Did I answer that? Yeah. Other questions? You're saying, what's for lunch? See, now you understand why they make these seats so hard. They want everybody to get solutions real quick so they get out the door. Yeah. I know right now it's a very, very challenging time, and there's no question about that. And there's no question that we all have to rise up and fight and do what we need to do. But we also have to keep a clear path forward and work on these issues collectively and in community and keep pushing them. Because there's more of us that can make the change than are those who are doing the reverse. I do think the media on these political parties, I used to teach political communication, I do think the Democratic Party doesn't have much to say that gets people behind because people want to know what to do. And the Republicans are very good at it. They're very good at it. And I was at a media meeting recently in New York, and so you see Zoran Mandami in New York really organizing, and you see MAGA really organizing. But in the middle, you don't see much going on, other than I get a text to give them $5 every time something happens, right? And I think that's where people are, like, how do you bring people in the middle to get them motivated? Our young people in New York are behind Zoran like 1,000%, and see all the heads nodding? And they're coming in, and they went door to door, and they are doing old-fashioned politics. They're not just sitting on social media, which is what needs to be done. So that's what's important, and that's why we have to continue to get more people out for political races and get more people involved. And it's hard, because I think the people who would want to run don't run because they don't want their lives in the public. They don't want their lives attacked or destroyed or whatever the case may be. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. All right, well, thanks, everybody, for having me. And if you're in New York, yeah. So, you can look us up at newyorkedge.org, and you'll see that we have thousands of jobs. Yeah, not thousands, but a couple hundred.
Thank you, Rachel. Okay, we're going to resume at 1 o'clock, so if you want to just step behind me, Panera has replenished the supply. You'll have some new options, so we'll see you back at 1. Okay, folks, can we get back together, please? Okay, I hope everybody had a good lunch, and we'll get started with our afternoon programming. I'd like to begin this afternoon by introducing Senator Rachel May. Senator May is a Democratic state senator representing New York's 48th District, which includes Syracuse and parts of Onondaga and Cayuga counties. Senator May was first elected in 2018. She is a former academic and university administrator, now serving in her 4th term. Senator May holds varying language degrees from Princeton, Oxford, and Stanford universities. She's worked as a professor of Russian language and literature, holding position at 2 separate universities. Senator May moved to Syracuse in 2001 and became the Director of Sustainability Education at Syracuse University. She has supported measures including climate change, legislation, also comprehensive election reforms, criminal justice reforms, and tenant-centered housing reforms. Her priorities have included addressing urban and rural poverty, environmental protection, affordable housing, and expanding healthcare access. Please join me in welcoming Senator Rachel May.
Thank you for that kind introduction, and hi, everybody. It's exciting to see all of you here. I hope you're enjoying this spectacular space, and you should explore the rest of the building because this building is one of the most beautiful in Syracuse, I think. I'm honored to be invited to speak with you, and I have to confess I haven't had time to prepare very much of like a speech. I hope that you all will have questions for me, but let me just start by saying we at the state level recognize that there is a mental health crisis among youth in this state and across the country. Some of it exacerbated by the pandemic, but I think, there are a lot of other factors, social media being a major one. And we have done what we can to support our schools, school-based mental health centers, after-school programs, a variety of different options for trying to support young people to make sure that we are giving them an opportunity to really thrive in school and after they graduate from school. But right now, our most important partner is AWOL in this fight. The federal government is systematically withdrawing funding and support and personnel from the education department in general, from mental health supports, from some of our most vulnerable communities, especially our cities. But I will say I also chair the Commission on Rural Resources, the New York State Legislative Commission on Rural Resources. I work a lot with the Rural Schools Association, with rural communities where suicide rates are extremely high, rates of addiction and overdose are extremely high. The needs are bigger than ever, and the resources that were coming from the federal government are drying up. And so it's really important that we be talking about this issue now and figuring out what we can do, because frankly, the state of New York can't fill all the monetary needs for just funding the programs that already exist and the ones that we need to either expand or create. But we want to be strategic. We in this state have the commitment to do this, so we really want to be strategic and make sure that we're steering what funding we have and it's not absolutely clear what funding we will have this year because, again, we depend on the federal government for funding a lot of big ticket items in our budget. But I would love to hear from you about what should be the priorities. I'm proud, for example, that we put in the budget this year the bell-to-bell cell phone ban in schools. And one of the reasons for that was the amount of bullying and distraction that our kids are coping with while also trying to get an education. And I've gotten an earful from high school students who are not at all happy with this policy, but the teachers are, the parents are, and I think once the kids graduate and look back on it, they may be grateful for it as well. But at the moment, the transition is tough. But I think that was a policy that needed to be taken. We've also passed nation-leading legislation about reining in bullying and online stalking and those kinds of issues for young people, which is very hard to regulate or police or enforce, but we are trying at the state level to get to kind of wrap our arms around some of those kinds of issues that are out there. But as I said, I don't have a half-hour speech to give you, and I don't think that's the best way to kind of engage with some of these issues. But I would love to hear your questions or your advice, your suggestions, so that the kinds of things that you're thinking about in this arena, because you guys are much more expert than I am. I'll just talk a little bit about the whole legislative process because, as I said, I represent the city of Syracuse, which has a lot of challenges of, of aging urban infrastructure and concentrated poverty, but I also represent the largest agricultural county in the state, Cayuga County, and a lot of rural communities here in Onondaga County as well. So I have a very broad brief in terms of what I cover, what my district is like, and the kinds of issues that I need to be thinking about. But then you get to the legislature, there are 63 of us in the Senate, we each represent a different district, and some of them are just unrecognizably different compared to mine. People who represent the South Bronx or Queens, or people who represent the Adirondacks will come in with a whole different set of priorities, and we're always kind of negotiating between those. But all of us are expected to know and weigh in about a huge range of issues that we're not really experts on. And we rely on people like you who are either now experts or are becoming experts in areas that we really need to know about. And so I mean it when I say I hope that you will ask questions or share your ideas, because I rely on you. As you heard, I have a great educational background, but the applicability of Russian literature and linguistics to the kinds of legislation that I'm called upon to work on is pretty limited. So the work that you all are doing is much more relevant in a lot of ways to my work, and so I'm looking forward to hearing from you. And with that, let me open it up. It looks like we've got a question.
Hi, Stephanie Pilke. I'm a professor here at Syracuse University, and I've currently got some students taking a policy class with me, and one of the things that I've been teaching them how to do is look at policy that's currently on the table, and then essentially evaluate it from the lens of our profession and what they understand within practice, what are the needs, and then directly contact, you've been one of them, through email to share their ideas. What are their thoughts? Hey, I love this. I think that, we really need to push for this to go forward, or I'm concerned about this, and this is why, because the more minds we have sharing these ideas help solve problems. But here's the question. I had a few students who, given the current federal legislative climate, were concerned about contacting you and other representatives because oftentimes it will ask for proof that you live in the state and what is your name. And I was just hoping that you could share a little bit about how you feel about being contacted by your constituents in terms of policy that is potentially about to come on the table for vote and consideration.
So people were concerned because they're worried that we would report them somehow to the federal government?
Essentially that, oh gosh, what if you don't like what I'm saying and this could potentially get me in trouble? There have just been some interpretations of what's been happening on a federal level that created concern of almost, I need to kind of be in the back of the classroom and hide and not complain to anybody. And I was like, that's literally their job and what they want you to do. We just do it. We do it with grace.
Yeah. First of all, let me say how sad it makes me to hear that. And I want to reiterate, here at the state level, at the very least, we welcome dissent. We welcome hard questions. We welcome having arguments, and we welcome your objections to what we're doing. We welcome democracy here in New York State. And I mean, just being blunt. We also are, I can't exactly say your calls are confidential to us. We do track who calls. We track if you're a constituent because we have limited resources and we put more effort into responding to people who actually live in the district than to people from other states or regions of this state who contact us, and we get contacted a lot, all the time. We get thousands and thousands of emails and hundreds of calls daily, I would say. So we have to do some triage in that way. But we're not going to keep some kind of a list and report it to the Attorney General or something like that. Like, we don't do that. So you can be confident if you reach out to my office that and especially if you ask in some way to keep it confidential, we are glad to do that. We do track people so that, if you give us contact information so we can put you on our list for our newsletter and that kind of thing, because it's sometimes the only way we can improve our list of contacts in the district, because we want to be able to reach out to you, but we're also respectful if you ask us not to do that. But more importantly, we need you to be reaching out to us. We need you to weigh in. As I said, my first week in office back in 2019, I remember coming into office as somebody who had been an academic. And if you go through graduate school, you will learn that one of the first things your professors are teaching you is never open your mouth unless you really know what you're talking about, unless you've read all the books, unless you've written the book maybe about the issue. And I got there to Albany, and my first week, it was like there's a press conference about reproductive rights, and you need to go speak at that. And then there's one about early voting, and you need to weigh in on that. And then there's something about the housing crisis, and you need to go talk about that. And I was like, what am I going to say? I haven't read every book in the world about all of these things. And finally somebody said, well, your job isn't to teach people a college course on this. Your job is to explain to them why you think it's important. And so that's kind of the level at which I operate when I'm trying to do this kind of thing. But I absolutely rely on people who can go deeper than that to really explain to me, like, what is your perspective on this from the basis, from the, given that you actually have expertise in it. So government across the board depends on experts who are not the people in office. Nobody is electing people to office because they know everything. So I do want to reassure you about that and to encourage you to reach out to us. But I will also say at the federal level, you have every right to make your voice heard. And we are fighting really hard to make sure that you still have that right moving forward. And the more you exercise it, the harder it is for them to pretend that they can silence you. So I will just say, if we capitulate in advance and say, oh, I'm afraid of this regime, I am not going to speak up, then you're doing their work for them. And we just can't do that. So that's my answer to that question. Yeah, the acoustics aren't great. It is a beautiful room, but it doesn't have the best acoustics. So.
When we do want to speak up to our legislators, what's the most persuasive way that we can do so? Is it through our personal experience, through data? How can we best provide evidence of what policies should be enacted?
So I'm going to say both of those things are valuable to us. Generally, like, I will use data, but I'm much more likely to go to personal stories as a way to explain. When I'm trying to convince my colleagues that we should vote on X bill or put this in the budget, I find it's more useful to not so much to say, 72% of this particular group depends on this, although that's useful information, but to say, I spoke to a person in my district who is absolutely depending on this program to work, or something like that, and to give a little detail, because we're always looking for ways we can be compelling to our colleagues, to our constituents, to the governor, if it comes to the point of having to get a bill signed or something like that. So the stories, personal experience is extremely useful. But I'm not sure if there was an undercurrent of a different question about that. As I mentioned, we get thousands of emails and phone calls and some physical letters, but not that many. And people often ask, well, what's the most effective way to reach out to you? And we try to at least collect the information. We don't always respond to everything people send us. We do try to gather the information. But if you have something where you really do have expertise, the very best way is to ask for a meeting. And it could just be a phone call or a Zoom meeting or something like that, or to come into my office. But that is absolutely the best way to put on my radar. You might not get to meet with me, it might be someone from my staff, but to put on our radar, like, this is really important and here's why. Not to discount writing, writing an email or something like that is helpful, but meetings are way more impactful, I would say.
I have a lot of friends in healthcare, and I've been fortunate enough to meet and discuss with researchers in the county as well, but we have a very large crisis with lead pipes and water quality in the city, especially with our younger children getting clean water access in schools. What are ways that we are planning on addressing that and the impacts that it's already having on our community? I'm not sure if you're familiar with the outcomes of lead poisoning, but it does lead to things like ADHD, cognitive deficits, trouble in school, and things like that. So it is something very pressing that I feel like we haven't addressed enough. I definitely haven't seen legislation on it or many news articles, but the Syracuse City School Districts are consistently failing the water tests. So how are we planning on addressing that?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question. So I don't know the details. I know that the city school district is committed to turning that around. The problem is that infrastructure is really expensive, and especially, changing all the pipes under an old building or something like that, massively expensive project. And so the city is engaged in an effort to replace all of the lead service lines to single-family homes and apartment buildings. And even for that, it's maybe a 10-year project with having to devote millions and millions and millions of dollars of infrastructure money every year to digging those up and replacing them. And I don't know offhand what the cost is to the school district for that. I think it came as a surprise, some of those tests and how bad they were. But this is one area, and I don't know what the federal government is doing right now in this sphere, but at least in the Biden administration, there was a real collaboration between the federal government, the state government, and local governments on really trying to address this issue in a dramatic and as rapid as possible a way. And I'm also proud of something we've done just in my office. This was something that came to my attention, that families that found out that there was lead in their water or their kids had high lead levels had no place to go. Like, okay, they're going to come in and fix your pipes or strip your walls of lead paint and repaint your house, but you can't be in that house while that's happening because that makes it worse. Like, it's more present in your environment, not less, while the work is going on. So we actually funded renovation of a house on the south side here it's a duplex, so it's 2 apartments in it, and it's going to be called the Lead Freedom House, and it's going to be a place where people can move to while the renovations are going on in their houses. So there are many levels to the problems that arise out of this issue. That's one effort we're making to try to address that, because I met a woman who was just housing people in her basement while they were just random people she would meet. She would invite them to come live in her house, basically, while they were waiting for their own places to be remediated. And so trying to think through all the stages of how you do this work and make it as least disruptive to the lives of the people who are already struggling with the problems. That's a big issue. Thank you.
Hello, this is Amanda from NASW New York. It's nice to see you, and I just wanted to first thank you so much for sponsoring our bill to provide loan forgiveness for social workers, which is S1113. You've been carrying that for a couple of sessions now, and I was just wondering, because we have a lot of students here who are going to be coming on February 10th to advocate for that same bill and for loan forgiveness and the budget. And so I just wanted to see if you had just an update on the general sense of how that bill's been doing in the legislature, and then also any advice for students on how they can best make their voices heard at the Capitol when they do come to that Capitol Action Day.
Yeah, so this is something, I really want to see happen. We've done this for a number of different occupations, and it's a recognition that we want people to go into social work or whatever occupation we're trying to get loan forgiveness for, and that the state is willing to make an investment in that. I'll say a few things about it. First of all, thank you. Thank you for lifting that up and also for planning Lobby Day, because those lobby days, this is one of the ways that you can get, direct contact with multiple legislators and move a bill from, since we have maybe 10,000 bills that are introduced every year, or 10 or maybe 20,000, it's a lot, and at most 800 or 900 actually come up for a vote. So elevating any given bill in the minds of legislators is really helpful. One of the issues with this bill is that it has a fiscal implication. So it has to be passed in the context of the budget. There's got to be money for it, or else the governor will veto it. I just got a call yesterday about a bill of mine that's going to get vetoed because it has a fiscal implication to it. So that's almost automatic. So making sure that you're pushing it in the first half of the session before April 1st when we pass the budget, but preferably well before April 1st. So February is a good time. I would say reaching out to the governor's office now, because the governor is putting together her budget proposal now. And the way the budget works in New York State, unlike every other state in the country, supposedly unlike the federal government as well, is that our Constitution gives the governor way, way, way more power in the budget than the legislature has. We can't add anything to the budget that the governor didn't already propose unless we get the governor to agree to take something out. And that's really hard to do. So if something has a fiscal implication, the best way to make it happen is to get it in the governor's budget. So that's just a recommendation. Start working now to get a meeting with someone in the governor's office to talk about why this is important. And you wouldn't be advocating for the bill, because the bill, that's the legislature's job to pass the bills, but for the money for it, whatever the investment is that's required, making sure that the governor recognizes, or the governor's team recognizes that that's important. So that's how that process works. I wish I had better news about that. I wish this was going to be a better year for getting things in the budget that aren't in there already, because we're all concerned about what kind of cuts we're going to have to make this year. But that's just procedurally, that's my best advice to you. Work on the money with the governor, work on the bill with the legislature, basically.
Okay, we have time for one more question for Senator May.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm Dr. Corey DeSalvatore. I previously had a career in healthcare, and now I'm actually here as an MSW student under the really amazing Caring Gene Career Training Pathways program. I'm not from New York. I am happy to now call New York my home. I've lived in many states, and I'll give you a compliment first, which is that out of all the states I've lived, New York is by far the best, especially given mental health access and healthcare access. I will say that one of the limitations of the Caring Gene program is that it makes K-12 an ineligible setting. And since we're talking about mental health for children and in the school setting, I hope that the New York State will create more programs like Caring Gene that will make K-12 an eligible setting. And I think it's really important additionally because mental health care, especially for children and even going into adulthood, really focuses on the medical treatment side of it instead of being in the community and school access side of it. Programs for treatment and stuff usually involve taking the kid out of the education setting into a more institutionalized setting, especially if they have chronic or moderate to severe mental illness. I mean, there are amazing programs like Crisis Respite, OC and BOCES, SPOA mental health for children and everything like that. But the wait lists are long and the burden on children and parents is high. And so I hope that, there are talks within the current federal administration pushing for higher levels of institutionalization. That's a big fear, at least for me, and brings me a lot of great concern. And I hope that New York State and your peers, and I definitely don't envy you, especially with the Office of Special Education Programs being decimated, but I hope that you all will realize the value in not segregating and institutionalizing people that struggle with mental health and disability like they used to. I hope that you will all remember where we have come from and not let the pendulum swing back to that time.
Thank you.
That is all I will say. Thank
No,
you.
that's great. And I will say that our chair of mental health, Samar Brook, who's one of the two senators from Rochester, is an incredibly passionate champion for precisely what you're talking about, and never lets us forget how important this is. So we will keep, and she's had a lot of really important successes in this arena because she's relentless and knows what she's talking about. But anyway, point taken. And thank you for the kind things you said about New York State, because we try hard, and we're aware that sometimes we're swimming upstream when it comes to national trends, but we really recognize just how important these are here in New York State. Is that it? Well, I just want to say great questions, and I've learned something from you all. I hope you will feel comfortable reaching out to my office with your ideas, and happy to meet with you whenever the chance arises. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, Senator May. Okay. For our next portion, we're going to have a first panel discussion, so if our panelists could please make their way to the front here and get assembled.
don't want me misrepresented.
Okay, you want to just test your mics and make sure they're all working?
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, our first panel is related to academic structures and supports. We have our moderator, who's Dr. Stephanie Pilkay, who's an associate professor at the School of Social Work. Dr. Pilkay will serve as the moderator for this afternoon session. Included on our panel are Kate Gerard, who's the coordinator of special programs with the Syracuse City School District, and Terry Bowers, who's the director of mental health for the Syracuse City School District.
If you don't mind, if we could just work our way this way, would you just sort of briefly introduce yourself and tell everybody a little bit about what you do?
Sure. I'm so happy and excited to be here today. So I kind of have a long, interesting history that I will try to summarize as best as possible. Straight out of college for me, as a bachelor with a psychology degree, I started out my work in Syracuse City with what now is McMahon Ryan, and then on to Huntington Family Center on the west side, really working with families that were experiencing poverty and a number of other issues. And in that work for about 10 years, decided that I really wanted to be in the schools and went on to get my degree as a school psychologist. So most of my career was in school psychology, working all levels, primarily elementary, behavior specialist, and then on to director of mental health for special education. I'm sorry, let's say that again. Director of special education, and then this is my third year in Syracuse, is director of mental health. So kind of a windy career, but all those experiences have led me to come to a better understanding of the needs of families and students, and really helped me to grow as an individual.
Do you want to say a little bit about what you oversee?
No, let me get into that. Yeah, so just in terms of what my current role is Director of Mental Health for Syracuse City. I think initially when I was brought on board, there was a concern not only for mental health of students, but also the mental health of the staff that are employed there. And not just the teachers. We often think about the teachers and those certain units that have access to insurance, but there's a number of other people that support the learning community of students, our custodians, our food service workers, that don't necessarily have access to the same level of insurance, that also were in need of those services and had greater barriers. So that was one of the things coming on board that if I have an opportunity, I won't get into it now, we'll talk about how we approached that, how we problem solved around that, but also really someone to oversee what the mental health supports are in the district, were in the district, how we could continue to expand and meet the needs of the students in our community, as well as preventative kinds of things such as SEL. Those are the primary things I do. There are other things maybe not relevant to today, but I'll stick with that for now.
I asked her to tack that on because if I go through my windy road, it makes no sense to what I'm doing now. I was a music teacher for 17 years and absolutely loved being in the classroom. I worked with teacher professional development in the fine arts and SEL and restorative justice, and mostly in the Capital District, and then worked my way into administration just outside of Albany. And then a year and a half ago, I took a job here. I'm now the Assistant Director of Special Programs. And the Special Programs Department oversees all of the supplemental funding and programming for the Syracuse City School District. The supplemental funding is not the general fund. It is not what comes in from taxpayers or from the state or from direct federal government. It is the extras that we receive in grant funding to support all of the non-mandated programs and some of the mandated programs. We serve in our district about 19,000 students, but we also, the supplemental funding goes pre-K all the way through adult education and all of these other wonderful services that we can provide. We receive a little over $100 million a year in supplemental funding through over 100 grants every year.
Wow, incredible. First, if I could say, I'm so glad that you not only mentioned the people that you care for, but also staff in terms of mental health. The students in the room who've had classes with me know I'm a bit of a mother bear, and I am very clear about how protective I am of them being taken care of when they leave, I wouldn't say the shelter of the university, but maybe the aggressive teacher that I am at the university. And then music. Literally, our policy class, we just had a professor of percussion who did a guest lecture on the effects of practicing, well, what did he call it? Music performance in childhood, and how it significantly created protective factors for mental health for developing children and then into adulthood. And like, for those of you that aren't in the class, specifically adolescents who are at the greatest risk for like suicide ideation. He talked about how it affected depression. So you think it's a winding road, but I think it makes perfect sense how you kind of wound up where you did and how it makes sense with all of that. So that is very cool. I do have just sort of some questions to guide us a little bit here based on, you'll have to forgive me, I can see up close and far away, but only in two different ways. And whoever feels like answering first, if that's all right. The district recently announced a partnership with SUNY Upstate Medical University, right, involving a $5.5 million federal grant to establish school-based mental health clinics. Can you explain what this program entails, which schools are involved, and maybe when services were scheduled to begin?
I'll start, and Kate, please join in. So, as I mentioned, I'm entering my third year in Syracuse City. When I first started, probably within the first 2 weeks, Dr. Mbuke, who is the Chief Diversity Officer at SUNY Upstate, had been in contact with the district. I believe he had been in contact even in prior years, and was really trying to get some traction regarding creating a training pipeline in Syracuse City for mental health providers, specifically psychiatrists, clinical psychologists, social workers. And not speaking his words, but kind of his vision, what was happening is we were recruiting these amazing people from all over the country to come enter the program at SUNY Upstate. And the clientele that they were seeing at the clinic at Upstate was not representative necessarily of the community. So it was his hope and his ambition that he continued to increase the diverse providers that he was recruiting into the program, but also to have a training pipeline and platform, or I should say context for them to be able to train in within the community. So initially, I would say, a year or so ago, we were kind of going all around the city trying to think of what a community-based site could we look at to be able to provide these services. And ultimately, and this was prior to any funding, this was just a commitment that we were in a vision that we had, and we were working on how we could obtain the funding. And ultimately, we decided that it would be best served within our schools for a lot of reasons that I kind of heard even before coming to this microphone, in terms of accessibility, in terms of not disrupting the learning of students by having to leave instruction. And so currently we are at McCarthy at Beard, which is an alternative special education program, K through 12. We are at Grant Middle School and also Dr. King Elementary. Those schools primarily serve the students within those buildings. However, it is open to any student within the district. And basically how we frame it is that if you have a school-based mental health provider, and I see that Liberty is going to be with us after we're here today, that you first start there. We want students to have the most smooth transition to services and the least disruption to learning. So having the benefit of having school-based mental health clinics in the last 10 years has been a game changer in terms of access to services. So we do ask that our support staff within buildings, our school social workers, our school counselors, start with those services first. However, and I think one of the reasons we're here today is that even though it is the goal and ambition to have a school-based mental health clinic in every single building, probably within the county, but I know for Syracuse City that is true, we have shortages. And so we have, I think, currently 6 buildings that do not have a provider. I will say, as Liberty comes on board this afternoon, they've done a phenomenal job in terms of their recruitment strategies and trying to get people on board, and will continue to do so. So if a building does not have a provider and a student is in need, they can go to an upstate clinic. If it is a student that is of high acuity and needs those highly intensive services, then they also can go to one of those 3 sites right now, and we are hoping to expand. In terms of the services provided, this is our first year of true rollout. And I will say that Upstate has done a phenomenal job in terms of their vetting of the staff that they have employed. We currently have a psychiatrist on board, just started with a nurse practitioner a couple weeks ago. We have 5 social workers. We have a full intake staff and quality assurance. So to have a psychiatrist, and I've been around a long time in education, to have access to a psychiatrist, a nurse practitioner within a school setting has been a game changer. And we are such in the early stages of planning what this is all going to look like and how to utilize the services in the best way. But it is such a need, and we just came from a meeting right before coming here and talking about the needs and the level of acuity of some of the mental health needs of some of our students, requiring 2 to 3 sessions a week. We're not talking once a week kinds of kids all the time. So there is a high acuity, there is a high need, and we're doing better at getting services in place. But with that being said, October, we won a $5 million, or we were awarded, I should say, a $5 million federal grant through the work of special programs. Incredibly excited to be awarded this grant. There was a thread of DEA throughout the grant. That grant was then pulled, and we will lose funding as of December of this year. So we have lost that funding. We are continuing our push and are committed to this work. We are looking for other avenues of funding, but it really was a tremendous crush in terms of this vision and being able to expand the services that we've been able to offer so far. I don't know if you want to add anything, Kate.
Do you want me to talk a little bit about the funding? Yeah. Okay. So I'll admit that I was a little bit skeptical when Terry came to our department to say, there's this project we want to do, and you know, they need a lot of money to do it. They need like about $500,000 a year. And I said, why? Don't they get to bill Medicaid and insurance? And ultimately, the model that we want and what we have in our schools is more than just them seeing patients and billing services. What we are paying for are the non-billable services that they bring to our district. We are helping with some of the coordinating referrals, coordinating student and even family transportation. We are paying them to lead and participate in great professional development that benefits our staff and our students. We are paying them to meet with our staff, because typically when students go see an outside provider, there's not a connection between the school and that outside provider. And since these people are embedded in our buildings, that they are completely accessible and on call when necessary, and have absolutely rose to the challenge, and it's so incredible. So it's not often that a project comes to us that has this really great concept and ideas fleshed out, and there happens to be grant funding that completely matches it. There was no square peg, round hole for this. We're like, this is everything it needs to be. So when you say, we were awarded, we won it. There were like 23 winners of 300 applications. We got that, and we were super psyched and super proud about not just the fact that we were bringing providers into our buildings, but we were creating a pipeline, because they're going to be bringing postdocs and other interns in to receive their own certifications. So we're building the pipeline to fill the gap in providers that we have in this area and beyond. It was really innovative. We were super excited. Yeah, that's been taken away from us. There is another grant now that has replaced it, that is focused solely on school psychologists instead of clinical mental health providers or any other mental health providers. I am not saying that's not important, because it is very, very important to have more school psychologists. We do not have enough. But that's not going to fill the high level that we have and that many other students and schools have around New York and around the nation.
Okay, so I'm curious. We are now in the endemic stages of COVID, right? It has become our new flu. But when it was in its pandemic rounds, it altered developmental trajectories and disrupted young kids' academic trajectories. Well, it disrupted everybody's life, right? Like I still use hand sanitizer and unfortunately learned how to wash my hands during the pandemic. So my thought is, my question is, how has that affected what you've seen in terms of the overall mental health, well-being, and functioning of kids, not only during that, but like, I guess the fallout, is that a good word to kind of call it? Because I know we're seeing it on, a collegiate level, just from the high school level, but when we're talking about secondary education, can you speak a little bit about that?
Yeah, I remember being at a conference, New York State conference, right prior to COVID happening, and at the conference we were talking about how we were seeing in the school systems, particularly at the elementary age, that we were getting more and more students coming in at a younger age with high acuity mental health needs and behavioral needs. And that was really a shift from over the past 10 years. So I would say prior to COVID, we were already entering a mental health crisis with our young students. COVID happens, socialization was not happening, students were not getting the education that they need at those early ages. And so I think what we're seeing now is kids that really have trouble interacting with their peers. Obviously, we know that social media plays a big part in social interactions, and so there is this degree of isolation that occurs. And so that has only been exacerbated. So pandemic created great things in terms of our ability to use technology for things like meetings and that kind of thing, but it has also isolated us in many ways as well, and that is true for our students. They are on their phones. I just went to a home the other day of a student who family recently moved back from Turkey, and she is reluctant to come out of her room, and what the mom said is she is on her phone all day, every day. That is her level of connection. And I think we see this across the board from really early on. And if you look at the research and you see how early kids are able to manipulate a phone, an iPad, they learn really, probably better than me at 3 and 4 sometimes. And so that sense of isolation, that lack of connectedness has had a huge impact in regards to mental health.
I was a teacher during COVID. It was a struggle. Yeah. And it changed. It was very isolating. And honestly, being a music teacher where you surround yourself by your ensemble and you had to be that far apart, I saw my own students struggling with mental health. And
Yeah, we're noticing trends of anxiety, which, if you haven't been watching the news, generally we're seeing that in this country, sort of this pandemic of anxiety of all ages, but it's just more pervasive, more intense in severity. It's not on my list, but I'm curious. I'm going to go here. One of the things that I teach about a lot is stress and the consequences of stress on brain development and brain health and how that affects learning and behavior and mental health and then physical health throughout development, but then even once they're adults. I have children who were raised with active shooter drills. The scariest thing that I had to deal with as a kid was a tornado drill, and I do remember being terrified by them, which is weird. But I'm curious about if you have thoughts about how that may have shifted some of the environment, the academic environment for children. There's been a lot of stuff on social media with teachers being upset about how they're trained to do those drills and how they feel about it. I realize it's for protection, but at the same time, some of the burden of guarding protection has fallen to the social workers. It's taken them away from the mental health services that they can provide. Just in your experience, could you speak just a little bit about, I guess, whatever comes to mind in terms of how this shift in our society in terms of having these required active shooter drills, how that may have been shaping, I guess, the mental health of our children?
And I'm not sure I'll answer your question directly, but I'm going to give it a try. You know, I'll say as a young school psychologist, I learned how to assess children, to give an estimate. I couldn't diagnose, but we learned about the DSM-5, or at the time it was 3, so I'll age myself there. But I remember the first time I experienced a student with behavioral concerns, mental health concerns, and I really didn't know what to do. I didn't know what trauma was. And so it's been kind of my mission internally to educate myself on trauma, the impact of trauma, and all of us have experienced that in one way or another. But there is tremendous research. If you haven't read Dr. Bruce Perry, Body Keeps the Score, there's some really great books out there that talks about how trauma really rewires the brain. And so when we think about kids, and I could talk about this forever because it is a passion of mine, but when we think about our kids in our communities that already have experienced trauma in whatever way that might mean, or that intersectionality among any of the stressors, if you're familiar with ACEs, the adverse childhood experiences, how many of those check off for our students. Many of our students are already in that fight or flight mode. That's where their brains sit. And so when we then put them in a school environment, that the intent there is to create safe, welcoming environments to help kids rewire their brains so that they're not registering in that fight or flight mode. When we start then preparing them for things like active shooter, we're only, in a way, reinforcing that this world is not a safe place. So I caution when we do those exercises. I certainly understand. I have not necessarily seen, I couldn't speak whether they're happening in Syracuse. I don't know if you know, Kate, but I know they're mandated. Okay. So in my previous district, we did some of that, but it was not, I guess, as overt, especially at the elementary ages, as we might envision. And so if they are mandated, I hear that. I wasn't aware of that, but we have to be really careful about the impact that that might have on kids that already are feeling as though their world is not a safe place to be in.
Just going along with the trauma thread, we do have, our district, like many districts, have many students that have been exposed to trauma prior to coming to us and while they're in our care. But we do have a lot of supports using the supplemental funding to try to support every child in our district, from trauma zone specialists to family school support, family engagement specialists. We have social work assistants, not just our entire mental health staff, but social work assistants on top of them. Just advocates from community-based organizations and internally, that we do everything we can to support every child that we have.
Sorry, on, off. It depends on how far away I'm looking. In your experience, and I guess whatever data you have exposure to, what's the current demand for mental health services among Syracuse students? Are there like waiting lists? If so, how long are they?
That's a great question. I think when we started to try and collect that data last year and the year before, one thing that I found out was that our school social workers and school counselors were reluctant to refer to the school-based mental health clinics because often what was happening was those providers were already full and it was a long wait list until there was an opening. And so they didn't want to set up the family for, well, we're going to refer, we have this opportunity for you, we have this service that we can provide, but you might have to wait 6 months to get in, or whatever it might be. And I will say it varies building to building, dependent on the particular building and the size and all those kinds of things. I can say that we began taking referrals for upstate last year, and Kate, correct me, because we just got this data today. We are over, I would say, 125 referrals currently, and that's really pushing back some referrals back to the buildings to say you need to first start with your school-based mental health clinic in your buildings. But there's not a day that I don't sit at my desk and see referrals coming through. So as we're building capacity within upstate, we've been kind of taking a slow roll. We've closed referrals for that reason because we're still onboarding some providers and again, don't want to set families up for, we're going to refer you to the service that really doesn't exist for you right now for a long time. So there are wait lists. I would say our community does try, but families do wait a long time.
You just congruent with that. She's great. I love the just, yeah, that was good. Ditto, right? I'm dating myself there too. Before I move on, because I do have other questions, I suppose I'll pause there. Are there any questions from the audience based on what's been discussed so far? We have one over here.
I guess my question is, with the shortages, but with the partnership, I know it's new, are there going to be opportunities for current teachers that are in roles right now, special education roles, or just roles that are interested in social work or mental health, to partner with SUNY Upstate for that training pipeline? Because like you guys said, it's very important for those people to be rooted in the schools. If they're already teachers and already have like the relationship with the students, would that be welcome? And would there be any conflict with like them teaching currently right now?
I 100% think it would be welcomed. And I think there's a couple of different pathways how that might look. Certainly, if you're a teacher in Syracuse City and this is something that you want to do in terms of getting into the mental health pathway for training, we will support that and try to assist anyone that is interested. I know that upstate, we're also working on a model for clinical supervision. So we currently have some school psychologists and some social workers that already are certified that would like to get their clinical certification to be able to provide clinical services, so outside of the school hours. So that is something that we're also working on with Upstate, is to be able to provide that supervision. And it's really a high level of supervision. They really want their people, when they end the program, to feel really confident in their skills and being able to go out in the community with a culturally competent lens to be able to provide those services. So absolutely want to support that. We know it's a need. We also know that there's a teacher shortage, but if it is something that someone is passionate about, do the work that you're passionate about. I think that's really important.
Perfect. My name is Shakir Thomas. I'm a teacher currently. May need that internship next year, so I'll contact you.
Call me later.
Nope, you'll talk to me as the field director. I just wanted to let people know, we'll get you placed. And we're talking to SUNY Upstate about opportunities for our social work students, for interns. And really, this is just a comment to say that we want to partner more with the Syracuse City School District. And I know there are a lot of barriers for having students either with school social workers or in the school-based mental health clinics that we currently have. And I know with SUNY Upstate, we want to really jump on that as well. So I would love to talk more about how to help with that. I know space is always a huge issue when it comes to more individuals in the schools, including students, but we've got so much interest from our students around childhood mental health, being in the schools, doing this work, partnering with teachers, and we can get you students. And so the more we can partner together, I think the better for the Syracuse City School and surrounding school districts around getting folks early in their career and train them up for these really challenging positions and jobs.
And if I could just add to that, one of the things that we consistently, and Kate can add to this too, talk about in terms of facility is how do we create spacers for what we call learners. That could be a clinical fellow, it could be, you know, a social worker. So that is something that we're mindful of. Yes, space is a commodity, but we're trying to work through some of those barriers to create those opportunities. So I appreciate that. We certainly would love to work together.
Since it's gone quiet, let me throw another question at you. We've talked a little bit about loss of funding, and I'm very sorry about that as a person who has also lost grants in the past. It is gut-wrenching when you do all the work to get awarded, and then it is taken from you. But also current and proposed cuts for funding. How will these cuts disproportionately affect students from low-income families who may not have access to private mental health services?
I think that the intent of this grant, the intent of Upstate approaching Syracuse City was to meet an unmet need. Our students in Syracuse City are families. We have one of the highest childhood poverty rates in the nation. We know that there is a significant need to support our families and our students, and so the goal of this was, as we've talked about, one, to provide high-level, high-quality services that were accessible, and to minimize any of the barriers to those services, but also to create, as Kate had mentioned, individuals that will then go out into the community to then work in other areas. It could be any other agency, but to increase the pool of providers within our own community. So it was a heavy impact. And so we are doing everything possible that we can think of to sustain this project. We already in 2 months have seen the positive impact and what we have heard from students and families and even Upstate providers. So we're committed to it. We know that there's a need. It was a significant impact, but we need to support this Syracuse community.
Anything to add?
She's good. She's
Yeah.
great. We work closely together.
Nice. Any other questions from the floor?
Like Dr. Pilke asked before about the impact of COVID on students academically, are there going to be any programs to help catch up our students who were disadvantaged by COVID and are currently showing those struggles in our high schools currently?
We, all schools, did receive some just automatic allocated money through the ESSER and the CRSSA grants that the American Rescue Plan grants. We received millions of dollars to support that, and and it was really just to help the district, help the district, the students, the staff, the community, to try to bridge the gaps in anything that we needed. In addition, Syracuse City School District did apply for, and they were awarded 2 RECOVS grants. It was recovering from COVID. One was about surrounded mental health, and the other one was about learning loss. Both of those will end in June 2026. but the learning loss is dedicated to improving literacy and math skills more than anything else, along with some social emotional support. We have a contract with Hillside to support our students with that. The RECUB's mental health grant mostly supports restorative practices work and our crisis response team. Do you want to say something about that? Because this has been huge.
Yeah, so this was, what we were finding is that because of the high degree and high acuity of mental health needs within the students, we were overtaxing the community system. So when I talk about that, I mean SPD, 911, ambulance services, to get students up for crisis stabilization evaluation. Oftentimes, you know, maybe unnecessarily. So what we worked on with this grant is creating our own internal crisis team that is comprised of social workers. We have some family-based workers, one that came out of Department of Social Services, Child Protective Services, to really be able to work and engage with the families and help connect them with services. But that team, their intent is that they respond to internal behavioral and mental health crises in the school to avoid having to call on community-based resources. So that has been a tremendous help. We have seen a significant decrease on our calls to 911, on our calls to SPD, so that has been a help. In addition to that, we also created an itinerant social work team. The goal of that team was to help bridge the gap also with the wait list within our school-based mental health clinics, so that if a student was on a waiting list for a school-based mental health clinic, we had these social workers that would be assigned to a building that were not the building level social worker that could carry a small caseload to help, again, work with some students in small group to help bridge some of that gap before they were able to enter school-based mental health services.
Correct me if I'm wrong, the itinerant social workers were also assigned to students in a way that some of our students move between buildings at times, but they could keep that same itinerant social worker so that at least there was some stability there, right?
Yeah, some continuity of service. And, you know, you all know relationships is so important. So having the ability to have someone that is consistent within their world that can have that support was something that was important to us as well.
Some other programs that we use grant funding for to support closing the gap is, like, we have after-school programs. All K-8 students have access to an after-school program. We serve over 4,000 students a year in our after-school programs. It's offered free. It has open enrollment, so they can join any time in the year. They don't have to join in September. It includes a snack or a meal, depending on what time it is, but every student gets fed. It includes transportation home after school. No limits. Generally, we have limits that if you live within X number of miles of the school, you walk to school. For after school, we transport every child home, no matter where they live. We provide academic supports in the after-school programs. They are almost entirely staffed by our own school teachers. We do have a lot of community-based partners. Some of them even hire our school teachers in the programs. We have a lot of enrichment programs like cooking, STEAM, sports, robotics, rocketry and drones, swimming. But again, these are all, and it supports childcare, academic support, keeps kids engaged in productive activities. And we also offer summer school to our elementary and middle school students, which is not required. But these are all grant-funded programs, and these are mostly Title I, Title IV, 21st century ELT, so some of them are competitive, some of them are allocations. But we don't know what the title funding is going to look like next year. We don't know for what we're going to have to prioritize things as a district and figure out what's most important to keep funding.
Right. I guess, like, I know we have a lot of those services that you mentioned, for sure. We definitely do. I guess my concern or what I want to know is, what is a way that we can get our families involved in using those services more, just making them aware of those services, I guess, is like the biggest problem that I'm seeing, because like we have those services to offer, but I'm not sure if those services are being used as much as they should be.
That's a great point. All of our buildings do have a family engagement specialist that is a liaison to our families, and they're charged with really actually engaging family members, not just for activities, but for if there's a permission slip that needs to get signed so that a student can participate in something at school or a field trip that they work with them. Our social workers are very active in making connections. I'm not saying that it can't always be better. There might be better ways to communicate, methods that we're not using yet. And I know that personally, I'm always open to suggestions of how to really get more people involved. So if you have ideas, please share.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Tyler. I'm currently a functional family therapist with the Salvation Army. Question pretty centered around, I think, what everyone's brought up is this concept of collaborating and being in sync with one another, service to service. A lot of our referrals come from school liaisons, Access, another program that we work very closely with. Beyond the referral, there's not a huge connection there, and I mean that's just kind of how our service works. But overall, I think what my question really is centered around is what you feel maybe how collaboration could look differently, because I feel like sometimes our roles are limited in that sense, and in terms of like we're now recently being encouraged to make sure we have a release for schools and checking in with school providers, seeing how our youth is doing that we're working with. But if you were to see changes in collaboration from the services that we all work together with, what would that look like, or what do you think would be beneficial?
It's a great question, and it's something that I think in all of my career I've looked to have improve, because there often is a disconnect between when a student leaves the school building and the services outside of school, and how we can support that work, but also be able to share from a collateral viewpoint what's happening in the school, because it might look very different than what's happening at home. I will tell you some work that has happened in Syracuse City in the last couple of years. If you've been in the community in the last few years, you know that we had a couple of really tragic student deaths. There was a lot of difficult conversations with Department of Social Services, Syracuse City, and that communication and that collaboration. Since that time, there has been a significant improvement and structure around how those communications happen. This current school year, we now have DSS workers assigned to different school quadrants, so there is always a consistent person that we can reach out to. But along with that, what we are starting to do more of is complex case reviews. So if we have a student that is really of high acuity that we're really struggling with, we are really trying to set up more collaborative meetings with anyone that might be involved with that family and that student. Because everyone brings a different lens, everyone has a different perspective, everyone has a different level of expertise and understanding what might be some things that we could offer and provide the family that we may be missing at this time. Do I think we could do more of that? Absolutely. But I think it is, for all of you, if you're future social workers, make sure you're getting releases to any provider that student is working with. And starting to bridge that communication, because we all get busy, we all know that's hard, but sometimes we're duplicating the work or we're making the work harder because we're not having those conversations. So I think we're making steps towards, but it is always a challenge. But I appreciate the question because it's something we always should work towards.
Absolutely, thank you.
Okay, I don't see any more hands up. I'm going to throw another one at you. What have we got, 10 minutes? Oh, God, I'm so old. If you could leave this audience with one key message about why school-based mental health services matter and what's at stake with these federal cuts, what would that be?
Okay, I'm trying to summarize all of my passion around this in a summative way.
You have 10 minutes.
I know, but that would take me that long to formulate what I'm thinking. As I've said, we have been in a mental health crisis prior to COVID. That COVID is, given the reasons that we've already spoke about, have exacerbated what we're seeing with adults, with adolescents, with young children. School-based mental health clinics provide access that, first of all, minimizes the disruption to student learning, which is huge. We don't want students missing more academic instruction than they have to. It also significantly reduces the barriers for students to receive access to these services. So I'm thinking of me back in the day as a school psych in a building, and I've got a family that's really struggling. And I can vividly remember a family that the child needed a high level of mental health care. And I went down one pathway to another. I spent evenings calling different agencies to see what I could do to help this family. There were so many barriers for this family to get the student to mental health services outside of school that it was hard for me to have any judgment or place any judgment on this family because they simply could not do it without impacting their job, having to take off time from work, transportation difficulties, financial difficulties, childcare. And this is not in Syracuse City. This is in a suburb of Syracuse. So when school-based mental health clinics started to come into play, and we only started out with a couple, and now we're expanding to hopefully have a clinic in every building, it was just such an important structure to have in place and service to have in place for our students and families. With the budget cuts and the concerns that I have around funding, we want to recruit and retain the highest quality people for our students and families that will stay in these positions, that will go into programs. And so I'm so happy to see all of you here today, but we're seeing decrease or shortages in candidates into school psych programs, into the school counseling programs. I never thought in a million years that I would be hiring uncertified people, but have had to do so. And these are for support staff roles. We simply are not getting the candidates in the candidate pool. So having something like the Upstate Project, where we have a training pipeline, where we're trying to create a greater pool of candidates that can service the community, be hired within the community, is so important. But ultimately, just having these services in the building and really knocking down those barriers for students and families to get those services has really been a game changer. We still have work to do. We still have wait lists. We still have hiring shortages, but we're in a better place than we were 10, 15 years ago.
Did you want to add anything?
All I can add is that Terry is spearheading this project, and we are just trying to find the money for her however we can. And when one federal grant goes away, we're going to apply for another one. We just seek out as many opportunities as we can, and when we got word that we were losing this grant, we actually started working with the Upstate Foundation. They can serve as a 501c3. We partner with them to write and submit applications, and they can use that funding to support their side of the project.
Nice, creative problems.
We're trying. We haven't gotten there yet, but we're trying and just finding whatever private donors are willing.
Yeah. So if you woke up tomorrow, the biggest gap that you see that is the barrier to you really being able to provide these mental health services and supports? If you woke up tomorrow and that gap was filled, what would it look like?
It really comes down to funding. We've lost some really incredible people even through recruitment into the Upstate program because we simply cannot be competitive in our community comparative to other communities. Upstate is a state-funded hospital. They don't have what people think in terms of funding. And so if we're really looking to maintain high-quality people within our community, I think funding is a huge piece of that for training, recruitment into positions, retention of positions. I think that's the biggest gap. I don't know, Kate, if you would
Well, and honestly, it's not just upstate. We have other partners that place student interns, like school psychologist interns in our district, that they're also losing their funding to support those interns in our district and their course of study. And that's not through upstate either.
Yeah. So is there any advocacy that our profession as a group of students, budding clinicians, could do? Generally, we think about funding in terms of, like myself, we find a grant, we write a grant, we submit the grant, we pray, we hope, we beg, and we wait for a decision. Is there potential legislation changes that would create greater security in funding for your programs?
I'm not sure I know the answer to that, to be honest with you. You know, we've run into some barriers with trying to think out of the box around how to provide other alternatives to mental health services, say through virtual platforms and that kind of thing. School districts have to be very cautious in terms of the regulations and how we can provide services. It can only be for non-billable services. We're not able to, say, hire our own provider in that way. And that's good and bad for different reasons. I mean, we certainly want people to be supervised and all of those things. So I don't know if I have a great answer for that. I'm sorry.
Don't apologize. Problems are difficult to solve sometimes. Yeah. Did you have anything you wanted to add?
I agree. The funding, from my perspective, funding is the biggest roadblock to getting people in the seats, because we can't even create the positions unless we have funding for the positions, and the students need more providers.
And I think secondary to that, some of what we run into is, even with the funding, we run into barriers with space and funding to create, you know, a nice therapeutic milieu for these providers to be in. So it can kind of trickle down to some other things, but it all comes down to what can we afford, what do we have to prioritize, what does that look like?
Yeah, thank you so much. There's just maybe a minute left. Does anybody have any final questions in the room? Can we thank our panelists, please?
Thank you all. Okay, we're going to take one last 15-minute break because we haven't fed you in nearly 2 hours, so we have to feed you again. And there is a new supply from Panera in the room behind me, so feel free to help yourselves and come back in about 15 minutes. Thank you. Okay, folks, can we come back together, please? Yeah, of course. Okay, folks, we'll get started back up for this last phase of our day. Thank you for coming back. It looks like it sort of thinned out a little bit, but one of the things I want to remind you before we leave for today, please fill out your Legislative Policy Day evaluations. Leave them in that basket that's over there. There's a blue basket on your way out. We'll get started with the second panel, which is focused on research and practice. I'd like to introduce Dr. Kendra Deloach McCutcheon, who's our Associate Professor in the School of Social Work, who will serve as our moderator. And on the panel, we have Dr. Ryan Heath, who's also an Associate Professor in the School of Social Work. And we have Gina Jones, who is a clinical social worker, licensed clinical social worker with Liberty Resources, and Maura Azeltine, did I say it right? Tyne. Maura Azeltine, who's the Director of School-Based Mental Health Services with Liberty Resources.
So good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to ask each of the panelists to give a little bit more description of the type of work they do around practice and research. And as you all have questions, if you will raise your hand, we'll have someone come around with a microphone who will allow you to ask your question. So I will start with my colleague, Dr. Ryan Heath.
So hello everyone, thank you for coming and persisting to the end of the day. My name is Ryan Heath and I'm Associate Professor in the School of Social Work. And I'm here because my area of interest is after-school programs in community schools and school-based mental health resources. I got to this place by working in those programs both before and after my master's. I ran a lot of after-school programs, summer programs, experiential learning, environmental education, sexuality and reproductive health education programs. And in that work found that, a lot of the things the young people I was working with needed was not necessarily, extra knowledge about the War of 1812 or how to do a derivative in calculus. What they needed was a little bit more experience with what we were calling at that time social skills, but we heard the term social-emotional learning earlier today, as well as a place to belong and succeed that was different than the school context, an alternative place and sometimes an even radical place where they might be able to be in a way that was different. And in that work, I noticed a lot of the folks I was working with were social workers, not psychologists, not teachers, not administrators, but school social workers had some connection to these programs. And for me, that piqued my interest. Well, what is it about social work that's interested in this alternative or radical way of working with young people? And so that led me to school social work. I served as a school-based social worker for a while, and eventually into the research side of things, where now I'm interested in after-school programs in community schools. On the after-school side of things, interested in how these programs serve historically marginalized and minoritized youth, thinking about the mechanisms through which these programs might impact development. And then on the community schools side, think about how community school systems might affect the implementation of any of the various supports in community schools. And so community schools were mentioned earlier. Community schools is a model of school reform where the in-school building is used as a hub of community development. What that often looks like is social services being routed through the school, extensive after-school opportunities, and then lastly, family and community engagement and collaborative leadership. And so there's a introduction.
Hi, everybody. My name is Gina Jones. I'm an LCSW through Liberty Resources. I am a former student of the MSW program, so I was sitting in your seats not too long ago, so it's really awesome to be here today. So through Liberty Resources, I work in the school-based program. Two positions, essentially. So I'm a supervising therapist and a school-based therapist. So on the school-based therapist side of things, I'm over at H.W. Smith School. It's in the Syracuse City School District. It's a K-8 building. And I'm also supervising several staff in several different districts within Onondaga County. So some of those districts include Baldwinsville, North Syracuse, Liverpool, Syracuse City, and Jordan Elbridge, actually. So thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Mara Azeltine. I'm a licensed marriage and family therapist. Before actually joining the team over at Liberty, I was, shout out to Salvation Army, I heard over here. I was a functional family therapist at Salvation Army for several years, doing home-based care. My job specifically was with the juvenile justice population, so I was working through a grant with Onondaga County, what at that time was called JJ On Care. And then I transitioned. It made a very clear in my mind transition to a school-based role, because what I was finding in the functional family therapy side of things, it was a lot of reactive work that we were attempting to do, and I really wanted to do some of that preventative mental health service care, and so I ended up in an elementary school in Mattydale, which is a part of North Syracuse School District, doing individual psychotherapy with K through 4th graders. And then from there, I've been with Liberty Resources for 8 years, and I transitioned to being a supervising clinical therapist to now the director of the program. And in my role as the director of the program, what I really do is I oversee all of our clinical therapists and our partnerships. So we have 8 school districts that we partner with, and I manage those contracts. I manage the direct partnerships with our school liaisons, ensuring that we're providing the services that they're needing, that I'm doing needs assessments with the schools on other services we could be providing, and ensuring that we have the correct staffing. I also supervise our supervising team, so I'm doing that supervision of supervision, and ensuring that our clinical therapists have what they need to be successful in their roles as well. This might be a question later, but I guess I can say it now that there are, our program oversees, we have 73 clinicians. Gina and I were just making sure we were up to date. 73 clinicians on our team, including supervisors and 2 interns, and we are in 60 school buildings within Onondaga County.
I have a few questions for you. Beyond the obvious reduction in services, what are the less visible ripple effects of cutting these programs? How do cuts in one area create a ripple effect for other areas or other systems that interact with the services you provide?
I can start off. I think that's a really great question, and for us at Liberty, I think we see it in there's multiple different facets of that question. So one is a lot of the cuts that are being discussed right now to Medicaid, managed care, that directly impacts our consumers, right, the people receiving the services. And so what that looks like, what we're really tuned into is, with increased renewals for families that already have barriers that they're, experiencing, such as frequent moves, other reasons, that just make paperwork really, really difficult. So those things will directly impact our families. It's going to make it harder, more hoops for them to jump to receive the necessary resources that they're, that really help get them to a place where they are functioning autonomously. So that's something that we're monitoring with thinking about having to increase our billing staff, our benefit staff, right? Which all is hard when we're also looking at the other cuts that impact our funding sources, right? So those are more, I guess, larger ecosystem changes that do impact our direct clients and consumers. I think the other thing that my fear about cuts to funding will do starts even in terms of you all in these seats, right? So if there is less funding and less ability for people to receive higher ed degrees to do the work that we need, there will be less providers in the area to provide these critical services at a time where it's already really challenging to find providers. And if we have less providers in the school, that then ripple effect goes on and on. I'm an MFT, as you can see, so my systems brain is probably really overwhelmed. I'm like, I could go on and on. But one of the biggest fears that I have is if we have less providers in the school for after school or during school, that means less connection for families to that school. It's going to then impact a student directly and a family directly in being able to engage in activities of daily living, academics, and their future. So,
Yeah, and I think kind of to add to that, what Mara was sharing, more of like a micro level, like being in the school myself and thinking of those barriers. I think this service was created to eliminate some of the barriers, and by reducing this service would just increase all those barriers again. So thinking of services such as families who don't have transportation to their child's mental health appointments. Also, the opportunity that I have to collaborate with school staff to support a child's holistic progression as a student and their mental health, I think that's been very important in the system. Thank you.
Sure, so thank you for the question. I think it's a good question. We heard earlier about thinking about after school as a cornerstone of services for young people in education rather than an appendage to it. And so I'm going to say a few things about the ripple question and then make a larger point that may sound angry and useless, but hang with me for a second. So I think sort of the most direct one that folks may think about in the school systems is attendance. As a large proportion of young folks, not a majority, but a large portion, report attending school because of an after-school program, because of an activity that they participate in. Without those activities, we might anticipate attendance going down. There's already a large concern about chronic absenteeism nationwide and in New York State particularly. So those would be one ripple effect I'd think about. We heard earlier about the after school being a support for family participation in the labor force. This is one way in which after school programs typically have bipartisan support. I don't think we should reduce it to that, and it's a reality that it provides a safe place for young folks to be, which allows parents and caregivers the opportunity to participate in the labor force. Without that safe place, there's potentially, I think, higher exposure to community violence, and then we might think about just, the lack of developmental opportunities. There's also the potential to be, I think, interacting with less caring adults, as I think the other co-panelists have mentioned. So even in the face of adverse childhood experiences, there's evidence to suggest just one caring adult in a young person's life can be incredibly protective. And when we start slowly taking away supports just to save a little bit of money, we're decreasing those number of potential caring adults that might be in that life. And that's where I want to go to my larger point, is that to some extent, this is a manufactured financial crisis, right? Like we've been talking about cuts here, then on the ground, there's a reality folks are going to be needing to deal with financial constraints, and if we were to just change tax margins just a tiny little bit, right, this might not, a lot of these problems would go away. That thinking about being in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, the only reason there's children who don't have food, who don't have health care, and who don't have a home to be in is because we, the people, allow that to be so. And so that doesn't change necessarily the pragmatic on-the-ground game right now, but I do want us to remember that in the long term, that's the game. Likewise, I heard from someone in philanthropy recently, I haven't checked this number, but there's $11 trillion in philanthropic accounts ready to be given away that is currently being held. $11 trillion, right? Not money that we need to, beg, large corporations for pennies. Money that's already set to be given away that's not being given away. And so, to that extent, this is a manufactured financial crisis, and I want us to keep that long game in mind. I don't think that's going to change immediately in the short term, but I just want us to keep that in mind and remind ourselves of that. So.
Thank you for that, specifically recognizing that this is a manufactured crisis and that there is some agency that each of us in this room could potentially possess to rail against that crisis. I also think it's important for everyone here to get a clearer sense of what types of services, how transformative the services that you provide. Because I think when you can hear the story is very important in terms of passing on history and really illustrating what is at stake here. Is there a particular family or a particular student that comes to mind that you can share how the services they received from you all really transformed their lives? Maybe it improved academic attainment, maybe it improved attendance, or even behavioral incidents.
I did bring, and we received a marketing consent for this family who really felt excited when their therapist asked if they wanted to provide a testimony. And so this is from a student at Dr. Weeks, and the mom shared with us that what she has noticed in her child after services. And so we, I guess for some context, this clinician has been working with within this school system only since January in a full capacity. So this would have been over the last 9 months, really, that this the student would have experienced these changes. But some of the things that I had kind of picked out that I really loved from her statement was that she felt like her child seems empowered after his sessions, that she notices her child before and after in their week, feeling more confident and empowered was the word that this parent chose. In school, he's more willing to talk as it's a safe place and more willing to open up and feel comfortable. So speaking directly to the environment that a family who may decide to take their child out of school and to an outpatient setting, this family found that within the school system where this child already had built other trusting relationships and also separate from the family system, right? Like there is some cool power to that this kid feels like there's some agency around that space, that it's their world, and that this parent noticed that they were more willing to open up and felt more comfortable with the therapy being at school. This parent also wanted to share that they felt it's like a bonus support for the student, family, and school. And this was like a funny thing. He comes home bragging about his sessions, which I just thought was a sweet anecdote. But I think, Gina and I had talked about what our experience has been like in the schools with families and some of the things that I felt, my experience, I so clearly could see the difference is our ability with some of these students to just be a part of their world. So we get to see them for individual psychotherapy, but we also get to see them in the hallways, right? We get to see them interacting with their peers. We get to see them interacting with adult relationships, some that are really positive and some that are really challenging. And what's really special, I think, about that is there's been so many opportunities I've had, and a specific kiddo comes to mind who, I worked with for about 3 years, and they really struggled with one of their teachers, and I was able to work with that student on not stepping in and taking control of the situation and saying, this is the repair that needs to happen, but that student, facilitating the conversation because we were in that system together, and I had a relationship with the teacher and I had a relationship with the student to allow a repair to happen naturally, where if that had not happened, it would have continued escalating in a disciplinary action, right? And that student may have ended up being suspended, increasing referrals, right, all of those pieces. So being in the student's world is so vital to the service and allows for opportunities like groups, social, peer and social groups that we can facilitate, restorative circles, right? We can do reentry meetings and things like that that help to decrease the possibility for increased referrals.
Yeah, thank you. Kind of to add to that as well, I think there's several clients that I could think of that this has had positive impact on. From more a general stance, we have opportunities to attend 504 plan meetings, IEP meetings, with the families, with the district staff, and those opportunities really allow us to advocate for the kids with their mental health needs, to have those plans changed to accommodate their needs based on their mental health symptoms. But thinking of just like some personal client situations, I mean, I've had a client in middle school. I had them for about 3 years. Really struggled to come to school, experienced a lot of separation anxiety from parents at home, really struggled with peer interactions and expressed some suicidal ideations. She's now moved on to high school. She has a plethora of accommodations in her 504 plan that support her. She's reducing her anxiety. She's participating in class, raising her hand. She's making friends at her new school. She's done incredible work, and it's been really awesome to be able to work with the family. I think what's really cool, too, in our program, not only are we seeing the kids at school, but, you know, we service them year-round, or we have the ability to. So on, like, extended school breaks and summers, we're meeting the kids wherever they're at. So if they're in summer school, we're able to do home visits. I've met students in the community at, like, public libraries or parks. I've had students go out of state for the summer to visit a family member, and I've been able to do telehealth sessions with them. So we're able to continue care in all aspects.
So I think a lot about young folks I've worked with in after-school programs, and folks who've been in a class or some other session where they might have heard this story before, but I tell it about one young woman who she was, when I started this after-school program in this particular public school district, she was one of the first young women to join the program, and she was a pretty regular attendee of that first cohort of students. And then all of a sudden I noticed one day she was not there, and then next week she wasn't there, and the next week she wasn't there either. And she also had some cousins who were in the program, and so I asked, where has she been? And that's when they said to me, she's actually been suspended for a while, but she'd been sneaking in after school in order to attend the program. And I don't think that, speaks to anything novel I was doing. I think it was probably an okay after-school program. It speaks to the importance of having this space that was different from what she was experiencing in school. This was a young woman who, we used the language at the time of duly diagnosed with learning disability and behavioral disorder. This was a young woman who the vice principal told her her best option was to drop out. And she was making the effort to sneak into a building to be present in this space, despite all that she was experiencing elsewhere in the school. And so for me, in the same way that these services can provide another caring adult in a different space, services extended over the summer, I see after-school programs, while not a clinical setting, can provide that sort of space for young people.
So given all of the work that you do and the services that you provide, if this could be utopia and you could have everything your heart desired, we're going to blue sky it, what would you want more of? And I would like for you to think about that from the perspective of maybe that's education, knowledge, maybe that's resources, maybe that's additional services, trainings, therapeutic approaches, funding, grants, whatever, just blue sky it. What would utopia look like when you implemented your job with these students and these families in the systems that you work in?
Some things came to mind right off the bat. Well, I think, we're in several schools. Generally, there's one clinician in each school. Some we've been able to have 2 clinicians in, but I think the more clinicians we can have, the better. I know in my building in particular, being in a supervisory role reduces my caseload, right? So I'm able to service less students. So to just have at least 2 clinicians in a building, I think would be something that I would love to see. Definitely trainings and resources. I think, after being in a building, I've been in my school building for 7 years now, and just kind of seeing the way, from a mental health standpoint, service providers can interact with students, and how teachers and administrators and support staff interact with students, and just having like that mutual training and understanding from like a trauma lens with kiddos, I think is very important, and I think we could definitely use more of that.
This is a good question for me. I feel like I am the utopian dreamer, and I'm typically being like, tethered down. I think, so there's so many things. One of the things I would really love for us as an agency would be to break out of the just doing the model the way the model's always been done. So, since school-based services have been initiated, it has been just the direct fee for service. We see a student, we bill, we see a student, we bill. Yes, there's a lot of things that we've been able to do that is more than that, right? Family sessions, collateral sessions, crisis. But in my perfect world, what I'd love to see, funding would be the biggest issue, is for us to be able to really get creative about the kind of services that we're doing. So we put all of our staff through a DBT and mindfulness-based program called Learning to Breathe. So it's a group curriculum that's really meant for schools, but it has some clinical components. And one of the things I throw around in my brain all the time is how could we find a way where our clinicians are able to also provide this to all students, right? Where it's not just you only get to be a Liberty kid and access these services if you XYZ, if you have insurance, if you have a DSM classified diagnosis, but every kid in the school is getting basic level mindfulness-based, DBT-based skills that they can utilize, and then we're using that as an assessment of who else may need more, right? Who does need that tier 3 supports? So those are some of the things that, I wish that we could provide for all schools. More tier 1 supports that really touch every kid and not just the kids that have been identified because they rise to the surface in a behavioral or emotional way. Another thing that's like a dream utopia is that we just have a world where people find value in social work and helping professions, and so that it isn't that we're trying to, find clinicians to do this work, but that people feel valued. I say all the time to schools, like, if we can start having high schoolers right now understand that there's value in this work, then maybe we'll have enough clinicians in the next 5 years, 10 years down the line, right? So there would be a world where this work is really valued and invested in, and we'd have enough clinicians to go around. So that's my utopia.
How high am I allowed to go with my magic wand? So I queued some of this up in my rant earlier, right? If we could slightly change, margins of tax code in ways that would likely not affect very many of us in this room, we could be funding a lot of the things that we're claiming not to have the money and we are cutting funding for. So that would be kind of bigger level. Potentially a more of a philosophical, cultural change. Even if we weren't able to do that, but if folks were able to value some of this work and that we could effectively make the argument for not only just investing in prevention, but investing in human development, right? So I feel like we have some traction in making the argument that prevention saves money over reaction. I would make a similar argument about investing in human development broadly. I'm not sure who it was, but someone earlier raised the question with our keynote about the data on what these programs are worth in the face of constrained financial funds. And so one, dismissing the argument that it's a manufactured financial crisis, there is not a ton of cost-benefit studies in after-school programs. The ones that are there show between $1.50 to $5 saved for every $1 invested in an after-school program. And so while on one hand, I question having to constantly make that austerity cost-benefit argument, for those that are receptive to it, there's your argument. So if we could change a larger philosophy about willingness to not just invest in reactive policies, healthcare that only responds to illness rather than preventive care, to solutions to social problems like incarceration, which end up being state violence, but actually invest in prevention and human development, that would be a larger magic wand that I think might change a lot of the funding structures here. Moving more down to the ground, thinking about supporting the workforce in these areas that, if I'm the first person to break it to you, I'm sorry, but social services aren't always well compensated as a career. Similar would be after school folks. I would make the same argument. And I don't have a practical magic wand to fix that. And I think it exacerbates the problem, we were talking about here about having to make the argument of why you should do this, or folks being, given the argument, oh, you should be fine sacrificing pay because this is, some idealistic profession. I don't know what the solution to that is, but I know we don't compensate the folks in after-school programs or social workers or you all enough. And that would be a lower ground magic wand I might change.
Thank you for that. And I asked about the utopian question, so I'm taking you high and I'm going to bring it down. So anytime we think about cuts, right, there's a tendency to do what we've always done, right, business as usual, status quo. And there's a level of, when we talk about school systems sometimes, related to dogma, rigidity, conservatism. So and you mentioned earlier about not always being so wedded to the model, right? This like high level of fidelity of like, this is how it's supposed to be done and we have to do it like this. So what I'm hearing a little bit more is that you're wanting some level of like flexibility and fluidity, right? What scares you as it relates to that construct with these funding cuts, which I would imagine is just going to really, like, people are going to really dig into that rigidity and this like dogmatic approach. What scares you about that? And what families are going to be, or students are going to be most impacted by that approach?
I think it's interesting because I heard some questions about post-pandemic and earlier, and I guess for us in our program, post-pandemic was like, oh, that was great times, right? Because there was so much funding available. And there was this, because everyone was responding, right, to the appropriate level of concern, there was a lot of money available for programs to pick up and kind of, find the gaps and be able to provide them. I think during that time, I was able to come in, I came into the director program around 2023. So there was still the height of some of that funding left. And it allowed me to do some creative things like create some contracts that were outside of our OMH-related services to providing clinicians to after-school programs in North Syracuse through the 21st Century Grant to support some of the SEL learning, to do some of this training. And so I think what has been really scary for me is that I saw the benefits of all of those things, and I was kind of given some leeway because we had some of this funding to do it. And what is the hardest is there is this push of, OMH is what we are in the school-based mental health world, what we are kind of beholden to, right? Like that's our the system that oversees us. And OMH is pretty rigid. I don't know if you guys have ever heard that. And they, this is the way you do things. And when you don't have additional funding to play around in and get creative, it is this push to go back to just what we've been doing. And I think what I have felt since overseeing this program on a larger level is the way that we've always been doing things doesn't work for school-based. So we are often seen as we're an Article 31 clinic. We are compared and held to the same regulations as our, sister clinic on James Street. We are a very different setting than that when you take us in comparison to the limitations of the school system. So when you do a time study, they did a time study, CCSI did a time study recently in the last year on school-based mental health clinics, and they showed that while an average clinic therapist has about 70% of schedule availability in their week, school-based mental health therapists have about 35 to 40 because of all of the constraints of the school system. And so it makes me worried to think if this system isn't set up for us, and if we have to fall back on hard times and do what we've always been told to do, we're gonna miss a lot of kids, because you think about that, the 30% difference, that's a lot of people not receiving services, and a lot of time not spent providing direct client care. And it's gonna burn out my clinicians like heck? So then you have clinicians who aren't really, they're not making anything different for the work they're doing, but they're working a hell of a lot harder, and they have the less ability to engage in maybe some of that creative work that does change up their day. So I don't even know if I'm answering the question, but that's all that comes to my mind.
Yeah, I mean, when you think of like the populations that we probably serve the most, I think it's the at-risk youth, the low-income families. And if we were to lose these services, I just think of all the kids that have those inward symptoms that are just not explicit behaviors that you would see in school. Those kids would get missed a ton. And with us being in the school right now, we're able to communicate that to school staff of like, these are the signs and symptoms to look out for. And we can really support that, because there are the kids that are going to sit in the back of the classroom, kind of hood up, head down, and you're not really going to know what's going on with them. And then, of course, you have the behavioral ones that are a little bit more outward, but I think it could be really drastic if we were to lose those services.
So I think two of my fears, one on the rigidity note, that with constraint of fundings, there'll be a stronger emphasis on very rigid packaged evidence-based programs, and as a researcher, appreciate the development of evidence, and those programs aren't always a fit for the settings in which we're trying to implement them. And so I'm a much bigger proponent of evidence-based practices, where you don't need to do every 10 session of the curriculum, or you're not doing it, and then they don't find the thing they found when they did the original study, so it gets canned. So if we think, as one potential response to some of that risk, thinking about what practices are most effective and can be best leveraged in the settings in which we're working. So that's one concern I have. In the after-school space, a second concern I have is when there's retrenchment of funds, that often it's the extra developmental stuff, right, that gets cut. It's the prevention stuff that gets cut. So if there's cut for funding for after-school programs, what funding I fear may remain is one that is very academic focused, and not that academics aren't important. And if you have a space that's intentionally set up to do something different than school, and you make it more like school, I would hypothesize that's not going to be as attractive to some of the young folks that we work with. I think some of the benefits of the after-school space are that it's more flexible and can engage in ways that's different. We heard similar arguments from our keynote earlier. When you make after-school more like school, one, it doesn't work as well, and people don't want to attend. And so I think that's one of my concerns, is that with retrenchment of funds, there's going to be less willingness to invest in developmental prevention, and that's going to lead to a rigid academic space that's essentially just extending school without providing young folks some sort of different developmental experience.
Oh, could I add something really quick? Sorry. This would probably be a really good thesis or something for someone in this room to look into. But one of the things that I think, in real time, we have lived through in the Syracuse area in the last year is a shutdown of of one of the main three mental health agencies in the area. And so, I think that that's also when the question of what could funding do, we've seen it. So Arise, they've continued to serve the developmental disability population, but they, shut down 27 school-based mental health sites, and additionally, we're serving up to probably around 1,500 clients in the Syracuse area, and so that is exactly why this funding is necessary. And I think while yes, we were able to take up those school sites, one of the things I've said is we shouldn't have monopolies, right? We shouldn't have only two big providers of these services, because it puts us in a dangerous situation as a city, as diversity of care is important, and we're seeing in real time what that's going to look like, not just now, but probably longitudinally, in the next decade. So I think that the fear is real for the continued cut of services. And, I think when I was talking about the school-based mental health services, the challenges of a clinic, they are not typically financially advantageous. They are you're typically running a school-based mental health clinic at about about breaking even or potentially a deficit. And so they are definitely services that are so important. And my fear is that they will become less possible to thrive if there isn't additional funding. Obviously, we live in New York State, which is a very big benefit in this situation because there is some funding, but most of that is startup funds, and what people don't realize is there are no continued funding for school-based mental health clinics after they initially open. So to really transparently share what that looks like is it looks like this, depending on the level of need in the area, it's typically about $25,000 for a regular clinic site, and then $45,000 for a clinic site that is in a low SES population that serves a population of students in need. And so that's the upfront funding that a mental health clinic like Liberty receives if we open a new site. After that, it is just a fee-for-service model. And so while there is some sustainability, if you have a thriving clinic, that is not always the case in school-based, right? There's less ability to schedule. You're working in a more chaotic situation with more students that have needs. So I think so if anyone wants a thesis paper topic, here it is. Look into the impact of what this has already done in Syracuse City because it's pretty significant.
So I think one fascinating thing about school-based mental health is, one, when you're in the schools and providing services, you're providing services to a captive audience, right? These students have to be there for this length of time. And so access is heightened. I think the last statistic I heard was like less than 1% of children receive school-based mental health services, not school-based, mental health services in the community. So if those services get scaled back in the schools, the impact is going to be huge. It also made me think, Dr. Heath, about what you said earlier, specific to the lack of analyses around, cost-benefit analysis around after-school programs. So to what extent do you think that these cuts are going to increase that gap in the research that focuses on how after-school programs actually benefit and the long-term benefits of after-school programs on not just youth, but youth, their families, and the community?
Yeah, and so I think many of the things that make after-school programs beneficial for youth development are also things that can make them difficult to research. They're very often more flexible in their curricula, different programming. Attendance is not mandated in the way that school attendance is, so programs may have fluctuating attendance in groups and who's there and who's not there. The hours are shorter than school. I think one of the strengths of it are the relationships that are possible between after-school professionals and the young folks there, that there's a flexibility in the context that sometimes allows for relationships that aren't possible necessarily in other contexts. And so with that, I could see that, I could see that gap continuing on into the future, right? If there are cuts to these programs, research itself sometimes follows where the money is, which is, why there's probably not a whole lot of cost-benefit analyses on after-school programs. There's a lot on the potential benefits of programs, but not necessarily that piece. So I would suspect if those aren't getting funded as much, that probably not going to see a whole lot more studies. And as I flagged before, there's a variation with the advocacy organizations usually fall on the $2 to $3 per dollar spent, though there's a variation there. And I see that having the ripple effects that you implied in your question out to the families and communities. I don't think there's a whole lot there necessarily already on how it impacts families and how families are engaged in out-of-school programs, because I think that's something that happens. I noticed in that same after-school program I was running earlier, we would important part of the program were rituals and celebrations. So celebrating when young people completed service projects were part of the program that they designed and implemented themselves. When we do a celebration at the school, school staff would attend. When we would do a celebration outside of the school, families would attend. And we would often flip where we were doing it for that very reason. And so I think I would be worried that we would continue to not really know about that intersection of after school and family. So.
And I'm just curious, because when you're providing school-based mental health services, you are the ancillary profession, right? The school personnel are the primary. So now that all of these systems are being hugely negatively impacted, what has been the relationship between your services and the school personnel as everyone is facing this like scaling back of funding and potentially resources?
I think it's been a little bit different for us than maybe some other community-based organizations, only because we don't charge the school district itself for any of our services. Which is a very big benefit of the partnership that we have with them, because I know, and Gina can probably speak to this, there has been reduced CBOs in the schools that we're in, even in the last year. I know. Yeah.
Can you spell out that acronym?
CBO, community-based organization. And so, you know, I think even, we've seen things even like in certain districts, this year, choosing not to replace social workers in the schools that are retired or that leave. And so that is a threat to that support system, which then, I guess the ancillary impact is that then we get called on more so, right? Our services become even more imperative in that system in a way that's also not sustainable, right? Because our role is really to be for that caseload. And we are, you know, our caseloads are really typically around 20 to 32 students. We have fairly smaller caseloads than some of the other agencies. And it really becomes, you know, even if a student, you know, if we get into that 35 area, it becomes completely unmanageable for a clinician. So I think that the impact of the funding on school districts then puts pressure on our clinicians and their buildings to feel like they really have to fulfill something that they can't be, whether that be a crisis response, whether that be consultation, whether, you know, all of these different roles that necessarily might not be appropriate in every scenario.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because, you know, thinking about, like, I think of my building in particular, right? So Liberty Resources is in my building. We used to have a lot of other CBOs. We used to have Contact Zero, Promise Zone. We still currently have family support for student success, Contact, but a lot of those have eliminated. And with the kind of the OMH regulations that we work under and only being able to service the kiddos that we have consent to treat and like on our caseload, we can't outreach to everybody in the building. Whereas like Promise Zone, for example, can hold heavy, like higher caseloads than us, and I can see that to be pretty problematic.
So I'm going to kind of shift the conversation a little bit more. I'm just curious for all of you in the audience, how many of you are interested in school social work or doing mental health services with youth or with children and potentially doing them school-based? So some of these questions are going to be oriented towards the student side of when you were on this side of the table. What do you know now that you wish you knew when you were a graduate student, as it relates to the work that you're doing? Is that a good question? Or some of you are thinking that? Okay.
I mean, do you mind if I kick it off? Thinking about, like, you know, that was about 8 years ago, I think I was in second year grad school. My internship was at Liberty Resources at the clinic. I did not know anything about school-based mental health at that time. So I kind of just thought it was these outpatient clinics that is where I was going to provide services because I knew I wanted to be a clinical social worker. It wasn't until I had my internship fully through on top of the classes I was learning in my second year of the master's program, that I learned about the school-based services, and I was like, I want to give that a shot, right? Like, because I love working with children. So I think even just like putting it out there today and having this be like the topic for today's policy day is huge, because it wasn't around when I was in your seats.
I think some of the things I wish I had thought more of when I was in grad school, because I definitely like went into grad school thinking I was going to be like a child therapist, you know, like that was going to be me. That was going to be my specialty. I was like, I hate parents. I don't feel like an adult. Why would I want to work with them, right? And what I quickly learned is that you can't treat a child in isolation, and that they are connected to adults, and they are connected to systems, and you really have to work on your own stuff related to those systems to be able to effectively treat a child. So I think one of the things I wish I had said to myself was like, don't pigeonhole yourself, right? That challenge is important and necessary to be a good clinician, and it also doesn't mean you're doing something wrong or you're a bad clinician if you're feeling challenged, right? If you are experiencing your own process, and that's really important to recognize. I also think that I would really say to myself, like, learn what a good supervisor is and feel when you're not getting that, and know when someone is like not safe, right? Like those things I would go back to, you know, grad school Mara and say that you deserve good supervision as a clinician, and if you are going out into the community and that's not a part of the deal, you know that you deserve that. And what else? I think that's it for now.
So I would echo and raise up the supervision point, that I think really good supervision is great. That coming from a place of definitely not having good supervision in one of the agencies I worked in after. A piece that I was actually told during grad school, I don't think totally sunk in, was at the time, the figure the professor gave was that within 5 years, folks graduating their MSW are likely to move into some sort of leadership or supervisory position. So not just getting good supervision yourself in those early years, but also some awareness that you're very likely to be moving into a supervision position very quickly. And that was something I also found working in a small agency, was very quickly training interns, training other staff, and then the clinical director. And so I don't think I necessarily was ready for that rapid climb. Second piece I wanted to lift up was that idea of children being connected to families and folks forever. Even for the folks who aren't necessarily working with children and families, right? You're likely working with folks who are somehow connected to a family or children in some way. And so these issues will ripple out in the way we've been talking about in some of the other questions. And then the last one, also for folks, regardless working with children, families or not, I think from our keynote, we had a great example of an agency that was not only providing services, but really actively engaged in advocacy and organizing work. I think often, and this was in my program too, we're split up into who are the clinical folks and who are the policy and organizing folks. And there are a lot of folks kind of in the old social work guard, as I sometimes refer to them, who bemoan the move of social work to being primarily a mental health profession. That is a reality that has happened, and it doesn't mean we necessarily like to pull everyone back to being policymakers and organizers. We can take our position as the interface between systems and people to be both providing services and doing that policy and advocacy. And that's something I want to highlight from the keynote for everyone, regardless of the populations you're working with, that we can work in settings where we're doing both service provision and advocacy. And you, as future leaders and supervisors, are in a position to set up the structures in your agencies to make that happen.
Now, as we've been discussing this kind of gloom and doom of funding cuts, right, which are real, even though they're manufactured, but they're real, and as providers, you're going to have to do something, right? So you're going to have to figure out, how do we still provide the quality services that these clients deserve while not having all the resources, funding to support those services? So it sounds to me that that is a very stressful position to be in. specifically given that you all are in administration now. So I'm curious, in social work, we always talk about self-care. So how are you preparing for this real reality of this scaling back, and how are you managing that personally with your staff to shore them up to still do the services that are needed, but yet kind of having this dark cloud hanging over their heads? And that's for you too, Ryan, even with your research and your partnerships with people who are like really scared and don't have what they need.
I think one of the reasons I've stayed at Liberty so long, and this is not a plug for the agency, I promise, just a personal experience, is the community that I've found, and that's one of the ways I think at work that this has felt survivable so far, right, is that we, I think on the school-based team specifically, have the privilege of creating a really good community on the supervisor team, and are very grateful to have a lot of shared value and ethical stance on the ways in which we're attacking some of the concerns. Even like, I know that this is so off track, but it's important and something that I've been thinking about too, of like, you know, having to be concerned that the federal government's going to care about us using affirming care, which is vital to our clients and our communities, and feeling like we're on a, you know, being watched for everything we're doing and vital services we're providing, right? So I think I could not survive this time without the community and the really just smart people that I have on my team to talk through these pieces and figure out how we are going to provide the care, whether the federal government knows it or not, right? And then in my personal life, I think, you know, that whole like joy is resistance in some ways, right? Finding the little moments that I have a 2 and a 4-year-old, and while they're like the hardest thing ever, they're also like my joy. So that's my self-care, is being able to be home and be present with them, and watching them like love K-pop Demon Hunters and things like that. So
yeah, I second a lot of that. I mean, I think of like on a supervisory level, the way that we've formed as a team at Liberty to just have a safe space to process this together and feel supported. And then, you know, the staff that I supervise, what they kind of bring to me, and then me fostering that space too that I'm given in my own type of supervision is so important. And then I think, you know, keeping up with everything going on in the world personally, but then like finding the balance of like when I'm not on the clock, right, and I'm just like caring for myself and I'm taking off that therapist hat and that supervisor hat to do the things that are enjoyable to me and manage everything, because it's high stress and it's a lot. So self-care is extremely important.
I tell my social work 733 mental health practice class that the session I feel least prepared to talk about is the self-care class, and I title it Self-Care and Sustainability, and partially, you know, for a few different reasons, and one of them is acknowledging the need for us to be able to fill our own cup, and that there are different folks reach that balance or integration in different ways, right? That, you know, for some, balance and thinking about work and life as two separate things makes sense. You know, for others, an integration and integrating those aspects of life is another way that makes sense. And I think everyone needs to figure that out. In addition to that, I sometimes have a concern that narrative around self-care shifts a structural problem towards an individual level solution, right? That because of inhumane, uncompensated working conditions, we're asked to take care of ourselves, right? And so, much like my earlier talk, there is a ground game reality that needs to happen, and we need to take care of ourselves. And as folks who within 5 years are likely going to be in leadership and supervisory positions, you are in a place to change little p policy in agencies, districts, communities, that changes some of those conditions so that folks can live their integrated or balanced life in ways that make sense for them while still doing the work that we need to do. That's something I share around the self-care piece.
Are there any questions any of you have? I just assumed it's late in the day, you're probably questioned out, so I took the reign But if you have any questions, I wanted to offer you the floor. If not, I'm going to ask my final question. So hearing none objections, I will pose my final question. If each person in this audience could take one action tomorrow, what would you want them to do to support school-based mental health, after-school programs, or parent support services in their community?
So one thing I haven't done a study on, but I really want to try, is when you're doing an assessment of a kid or a family, ask, what do they do after school? Right? It's a very simple question that isn't necessarily always on our structured assessments, right? But what opportunities does this young person have other than school? And as social workers, experts at navigating systems, we can either figure out what is there or what is not there, and how we can get opportunities for our young folks in this particular socio-political historical moment. So that would be one thing I might suggest, to be thinking about after-school programs when you're working with children and families.
This might not seem so directly connected, but it is. Open dialogue with kids, teens, people who know kids or work closely with them about what their experience of mental health is. I think frequently we have families, parents who we struggle with, like, they just need to do these things, right, for X, Y reason, and it centers a lot of our expectations as adults, and your expectations will become, you will become a part of those expectations in some way, working in the world around kids. And so I would just, encourage you all to open dialogue with kids and even caretakers of kids about how they're viewing and they're thinking about kids' mental health, because it might get us closer to having a conversation around destigmatizing that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, is reduce the stigma. I think of students at school who come up to me and say, can I go with you? How do I go with you? Right? And so I think it's in a positive light, clients that I see, or just speak of my role within the school, and this goes across all districts and all clinicians, but the more it's talked about, the more it's known, and the more positive outlook it is, and it does reduce the stigma. And I think more and more kids want to learn about it, want to be a part of it, families too, and it hasn't always been a service in schools, so I think just continue the conversation.
And vote.
Thank you so much for these three panelists. If you will, give them a round of applause. You all have been a great audience. I'm going to yield the floor back to Dr. Smith.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, just a few more minutes. I promise we'll get you out of here. I just wanted to also bring up now Amanda Presley from NASW, who's going to talk a little bit about Capital Action Day.
Hello, students, and thank you to Syracuse faculty for welcoming me to come today, and also for allowing me to quickly speak. Thank you guys for sticking it out today and getting here to the end. I'll be quick, I promise. I first just wanted to say thank you to the panelists also. That was incredibly insightful about what's happening on the ground, because I know the legislature doesn't know sometimes, and sometimes NASW, we need to be informed of that as well. My name is Amanda Presley. I'm the policy coordinator for the National Association of Social Workers New York. We recently unified. It used to be the New York State chapter and the New York City chapter, but now we represent the whole state. And we're planning our Capital Action Day for February 10th in Albany, New York at the New York State Capitol, which a lot of you have gotten the folders, the information in your folders, so you can kind of look up that and see if it interests you. But first, thank you so much for being interested in policy and advocacy. It is incredibly important. Students often lead change. You can see that, if you look back at Vietnam, you can look at the protests happening across the nation on college campuses right now. Students are the main voice when it comes to different policy issues, and that's why your insight and experience really speaks volumes when we do this legislative advocacy. On February 10th, we'll be advocating for loan forgiveness, which, I asked the question with Senator May. She sponsors the bill. And so the Syracuse perspective is really important about loan forgiveness just because that is our Senate sponsor for that specific item. And also we'll be speaking about school-based mental health. And that's a bill to require the Department of Education at the state level to look at the ratios of social workers to students in schools, which, as we know, has fallen short. NASW does recommend it to be 1 to 250 students, but right now we know it's far beyond the capacity at like 1 to 700 something, because Thomas DiNapoli, the comptroller of the state, did a report back in 2022 which found, drastic shortcomings when it comes to social workers in schools. And touching on the one point about the school-based mental health grant at the federal level, we actually did see that at NASW, and we did circulate the Federal Register proposal that was actually calling for social workers to comment on that particular rule because it only did include psychologists. I think we mentioned this earlier. And when NASW was circulating that Federal Register piece, initially there were only about 100 to 500 comments on that proposed rule, but by the end of the piece that we were circulating that to our membership, we ended up with about 10,000 comments on that rule. And so a lot of social workers actually did show up and voice their opinions on why they matter in schools and why they shouldn't, just have only 1 or 2 professions in a school, but why that social work insight is so incredibly important as well as the other professions. But it was great to show that social workers, when they do speak up and show out and really put an uproar on things, then, people notice, and that actually can make change. And that's why, I wanted to talk about Capital Action Day on February 10th. We really need legislators to hear these perspectives of students and social workers. I can go up and I can talk about these different issues that are happening, but if we don't have real life experience and real stories about what's actually happening on the ground level, it's not going to move people. It's not going to speak to people. We need people that actually understand what kids need in schools or what people are going through when it comes to coming out of this MSW program. How much loan debt are you going to be in? We need people to speak to those personal experiences, and that's what you could do on February 10th. And we also have ways to join NASW's advocacy if you have something that you're passionate about. We have our Advocacy and Government Relations Committee, and that meets monthly. They decide our legislative agenda. And then we also have PACE, the Political Action Through Candidate Election Committee, which actually meets to decide different candidates to endorse. So if you want to get involved in politics, NASW is a great way to start because it is the professional organization that advocates for social work and their clients. And so if you want to advocate for yourself and for the profession, as well as the clients they serve, then NASW is a great way to start. And I'd be happy to connect with any of you on an individual level. I think that my email is actually in a lot of the folder information that was given, so I'd be willing to connect with anybody if you're interested to take your advocacy interest to the next level. But thank you all for being here today because learning and observing and absorbing is the first step. And then now taking that action item is the next one. So, I hope to all see you at Capital Action Day on February 10th. And, to get more involved in advocacy down the line, I'd hope that I see some of your faces in the future. Thanks.
Okay, thank you all for caring. Thank you for being here today. And thank you for being part of the Syracuse social work community. I've appreciated all of your comments today, your questions, and we're thrilled that you're here with us. Please fill out your evaluations on the way out, and I've really enjoyed being here with you today, and have a great weekend. Take care.